We are meeting today on the lands of the Wurundjeri people, and I wish to acknowledge them as traditional owners. I'd also like to pay my respects to their elders, past and present, and any Aboriginal elders of other communities who might be here today. So, welcome. Great to have you all here. It's a great turnout. It's very exciting. A little bit of housekeeping when we first get started. So, if you haven't signed in, please do so at the first break. There's QR codes around for you to do that. And there is some COVID-related issues in terms of the breaks today, because we're such a big group. Lunch, morning tea and afternoon tea will be served in the room next door here, but there's a limit of 40 people at a time in that room. So when we break, I'll ask you to go in, get something to eat, and then come back out. And then you can either eat it here, or if you go out the front door, there's some beautiful space around the side of the building. You can go outside, get some fresh air. And we're not able to provide tea and coffee today, so you will probably want to run over the road and get a tea and coffee anyway. So if we can limit numbers in that room, that would be fantastic. And you've all been provided with water bottles. So again, through this door and to the right is a kitchen. If you'd like to refill your water bottles through the day, that would be great. Carolyn, anything I need to add there?
I think that was perfect.
Great. Excellent. Bathrooms, if you need them, through either of these two doors, and they're just out that side to the right. Now, in terms of who's here today, I think there's too many people to run around the room, frankly. First and foremost, I'd like to introduce from Wine Victoria, who are putting on this workshop. So we have Richard Howden, Megan de Jong and Angie Bradbury over the table, the naughty table in the corner there. And we'll be hearing from Angie shortly. From Wine Yarra Valley, we have Carolyn Evans, Jen Shembry, and possibly they're out the front. Carolyn, did you want to say a few words?
Hi everybody. I just wanted to pop up and say thank you so much for coming along today. It's an outstanding attendance and we're really thrilled that you all made it. I was lucky enough to be part of the board that worked with for Visit Victoria, Wine Victoria. I'm about to be murdered by Angie. On this amazing project, which in my view has delivered a fantastic suite of assets for the state of Victoria, which is going to hold us in good stead in what's going to be a pretty competitive market for our domestic visitation in the next 12 months or so. And I would like to say a huge thank you for those of you who are in the room that were at the beginning of the Yarra Valley Pillar, our industry reference group. We got a lot of great ideas and motivation from you to work through on the project. And a particular thank you to the project working group that worked on the Pillars brand and the playbook for this region. So thanks everyone for being here, and I'm sure you're going to get heaps out of today. Thanks.
Thanks, Carolyn. Pardon. I'd also like to introduce Diana Morgan and Natasha Potter from Visit Victoria. So they're Visit Victoria's product development and industry engagement team. You might have to stand up or put your hands up, girls. So great to have a Visit Vic here, and they're key partners in everything that we do. And all of you in the room, we have wineries, a lot of wineries, which is fantastic, wine tour businesses, accommodation, attractions, and a whole range of businesses, so that's fantastic. My name's Tanya Jacobs, I'm the tourism ninja, so I've been working in the tourism industry for 20-something years, and spent 10 years at Visit Victoria, working in their product development and product marketing, and international marketing teams. And I had 4 years down at Shandong. So the Yarra Valley is very, very close to my heart. I love it out here. And my drive is to create successful, sustainable tourism businesses and a vibrant tourism industry. So I'm very excited to be here today. Now, as we go through the day, there's a wide range of you here. There's a huge difference in the level of knowledge and understanding. So some stuff you might already know and some might be new to you. So if you feel like it's a bit straightforward or if you feel like it's all a bit overwhelming, that's because I've tried to pitch it so that everybody can get something from the day. But if you are feeling like there's too much information, for example, just come and see me at a break. We can work that out. So what we're going to cover today, the welcome, of course, that's what we're doing now, setting the scene, and then I'll hand straight over to Angie, who'll take you through the 5 Pillars project as a whole, and really set the scene there. Morning tea, and then we'll look at partnerships. So have any of you done the Growing Wine Tourism program that was put on by Wine Australia? Anyone? Yeah, couple? Fantastic. So that's an amazing program and delves very deeply into your own business as a focus. So this workshop's been designed to build on the Growing Wine Tourism program. So we're looking beyond your own business to partnerships, to packaging, to more immersive experiences. So we'll be looking at partnerships and some great examples of good partnerships. Target markets, people who are travelling and we should be looking at, and what the post-COVID traveller is looking for. And this is going beyond borders and geography. It's really looking at the psychographics that's driving travel at the moment. We'll be hearing from Simon, who's just walked in, about what the Regional Tourism Bureau Board is doing to attract visitors to this region. And then we're talking about how you, as a business, can stand out from everybody else in this room. It's a big ask. Then we'll be looking at the tourism distribution chain and how you can work with that to extend your reach and get your experience or product out into new hands. How to connect with partners, and then there'll be a hands-on session after lunch, which will enable you to work with people to put together a package, price it up, put a promotional plan together, just so you've had the experience of doing this. So as we go, please ask questions. I love questions. I'd much rather just answer questions all day. So just stick your hand up any time as you go. Also, please let me know if I fall into the habit of using jargon. So I think tourism, probably like every industry, is full of jargon. We've got our acronyms and everything. So if I say something you don't understand, just stop me. You will get this presentation afterwards, so there's no need to take notes. It's also being provided to people who couldn't be here. So you might wonder why sometimes there seems to be a lot of text on the slides, but that's because then people can more easily catch up. And today's being recorded, which is fantastic. And you'll also be provided afterwards with a toolkit. So this is a reference document that'll cover everything in the presentation and more. And in the presentation, some slides have been marked with a little toolkit icon, and that links back to the toolkit. So you can easily move between the presentation and the toolkit. And other slides have been marked with a little light bulb. So that's inspirations, best practice examples and ideas. So, setting the scene for 5 Pillars. I won't talk a lot about this because it's Angie's baby. But basically, Victoria has 21 wine regions, which is fantastic, and they all offer differing varietals, different strengths. They all have so much to offer, which is amazing, but it makes it very, very hard to market from either a tourism or a wine perspective. So 5 Pillars was born. And what it means for us is that this program or this workshop's aimed specifically at Victorian wine and tourism operators, so specifically for you people in the room. And like I said, we're moving beyond your own business and looking at partnerships, how you can work together to make everything better and easier. And the idea is you'll be able to develop some really appealing packages and experiences that can be pre-booked. And this is really, really important. As an experiment yesterday or last night, I thought, oh, I'll see what I can do in the Yarra Valley. I want a high-end, really expensive, private, amazing wine tasting in a cellar. It's like $500 a head. Let me see what I can find. And I couldn't find anything. So I'm sure it's out there. I'm sure people do amazing things. But if I can't find it, then that needs a bit of work. So we'll talk about how we can get your amazing products in front of people. Because I know, like I said, I love this region. You do amazing things. Okay, so I'll be looking at new opportunities in terms of new markets. This workshop was aimed originally at international, but for obvious reasons that's been just put on hold for a little while. But we will look at new market opportunities, some new businesses and audiences you could be talking to through distribution partners. And this is the time to prepare and try out some new things, put some packages together, give it a go, so that when the international market does come back, and we'll talk later about why they're important, you'll be so ready for them, it'll be a breeze. And everything we learn today will get you out into new domestic audiences and also into international audiences. Like I said, it's more psychographic than geographic these days. So you'll be so ready. And COVID, like it or not, has driven some innovation within the wine industry particularly, I think. Can I ask how many people here charge for wine tastings now? Fantastic. And keep your hand up if you plan to continue to do that in the long term. And keep your hand up if that's had a beneficial effect on your business. Fantastic. Okay, so that's been really, really good. And Angie might talk a bit more about this, but you don't go to a brewery and get free tastings. You don't go to a gin distillery and they hand out their gin to you. So why should we as an industry give away our wine? And COVID has thrown everything up in the air. It's forced us to change what we do, and it's helped our businesses. So this is the time, and also as a consumer, you know, I see myself also as a consumer in these workshops. I know that the Yarra Valley on the weekend is nuts. So I'm not willing just to jump in the car and come out here without anything pre-booked because I don't know what my experience is going to be like. So I'm forced to research, and I'm forced to pre-book, and I'm forced to know what I'm going to be doing before I get here. So, and I know I'm going to have to pay something for a tasting. This is great. This is a change we've been wanting to implement for a while. It's been forced upon us, so let's make the most of it. So this is a chance to redesign the experience you're offering to meet the consumer's needs and to develop some really amazing, immersive experiences that go beyond the cellar door. And I think Simon will talk a little bit more about this, but I've been stealing it since I spoke to you. The experience inside the glass and the experience outside the glass. So what we're talking about is the experience outside the glass. So as wineries particularly, we get a bit obsessed about what's in the glass. But as a consumer, that's really nice, but that's not really driving my behaviour. So we're really going to look at what's the experience outside the glass. And the opportunity is there to establish some new partnerships, create some new packages that'll help you to sell your business. And as we go, as we work through the day, I'd really like you to keep in mind what your business needs are. You obviously know these much better than I do. Most of the time it's more visitors, more yield, or more off-peak visitors, of course. We'd all like more of that. So there's a whole range of things that you as a business need or would like to have. So as you're designing experiences or packages, keep that in mind. It's got to have a reason. You don't just do it for the hell of it. You've got to have an outcome in mind. So this helps to drive your innovation. So some of the questions that we'll be answering today: who is travelling and who's going to be travelling? What do they want? And how can you, as a region, as a pillar, and also individually, stand out in their searches? How can you create a package which is pre-bookable? It's really important, particularly here. And how do you get that package in front of a consumer? How do you be found? And how do you work with partners to make all of that so much easier and so much more successful and so much more effective? So I will be working through or using as a framework the P's of marketing. I'm sure you're all familiar with the old 5 P's of marketing. So product is what you're offering. The people, these are people who are delivering your experience for you. And the price is how much you're charging for that. It's pretty straightforward. Place is where people can buy your experience. And speaking of jargon, we talk about a product as something which is available for sale, if you like. So this works in a case of wine, or it can work as a tourism experience. So I might use the term package, experience, or product. It all means what it is you're offering that can be sold. And then promotion, so place is where people can buy your product. Promotion is how you're promoting, selling, where people can find your product. But this is a bit complex for me, so we're just going for the 3 Ps of marketing today. Package, which is all of that. What you're offering, who's offering it, and how much you're charging. Simple. So that's your package, that's your product. And then we'll talk about where it's available for sale and how you're promoting it. Simple. And as we go, you'll see these little icons up in the corner that'll help sort of frame which of these 3 areas we're talking about. So in short, after today, you'll understand why partnerships are important and really, really useful, and be able to pick out some key partners who help you. You'll know what goes into creating an appealing and saleable package. You will have collaborated within the room to create a package, cost it up, do a promotional plan, and you'll have the knowledge and skills to be able to go out beyond the workshop and do this again. And you'll have a toolkit on hand to refer to when you need to. So if we do it today, then we can go back to your businesses, think what you need, look at the partners who can help you with that, and then you can put a package together and you'll know how to run with that. So what I'll do now, I'll hand over to Angie, who will take you through the 5 pillars.
I may not fall over in the corner of the room on the way. Thanks, Tanya, and thanks so much for everyone to be here. I'm sure you'll be delighted to know that the Yarra Valley gets the gong for the largest number of attendees at this 6th out of 7 workshops we've been doing around the state. And this is the bit, just it's like a politician coming to your event and spruiking their wares for a little while, and I'm going to do that this morning a little bit about Wine Victoria. I know not all of you members of Wine Victoria are in the wine industry, but hopefully you'll find something interesting out of what I talk about in the next 20 minutes or so. So I'm going to do a little bit of a Wine Victoria introduction, and then I'm going to give you a bit more background into the genesis of the 5 pillars and the context in which this program has been created, and a little bit of an idea about where we're going to from here. So Wine Victoria is the peak body for the state's wine sector. I'm sure for many of you, you're going, we've got regional wine associations, regional tourism associations, regional potentially food associations or accommodation associations. We've got Wine Australia, Australian Grape and Wine. Do we really need a state body to represent our industry as well? And of course, as the chair of the board for Wine Victoria, I'm going to say we do. But one of the reasons why we do is that a lot of the policy issues that impact on our industry actually fall under the purview of the state government. And so our job is to represent the 21 wine regions. There's 18 regional associations across those 21 regions. 3 of the regions don't have a formal association. And then we also have direct membership through some of the larger wine companies in the state as well. We have a skills-based board that is elected from the membership every year, so it's not necessarily regionally representative board, it's a skills-based board to make sure we can cover all of the issues that we need to. And our job, as I said before, is about being a united voice to government, about specific issues that affect our industry and fall under state legislature. And it's also to make sure that specific issues that affect Victorian wine businesses are well and truly advocated up through our national bodies as well. I'm sure those of you in the wine industry have heard that the epicentre of the Australian wine industry seems to be Adelaide, and our job is to try and drag that centre of gravity a little further east. So we look at policy creation to support growth in our industry, and also to prevent issues that could adversely affect the future growth of our industry, and then look to develop programs and work with key partners to implement those programs on behalf of industry. So our focus is around trade development, both domestic and international. Prior to COVID, The state government was really only specifically focused on growing international trade opportunities. So this is helping, cover travel costs for wineries to visit and attend international trade shows, to do market entry programs in key markets and things like that. With the advent of COVID and the decline of those international opportunities, the state government realised that there was a need to help us do domestic promotion and more domestic trade engagement, and that's been a very welcome COVID shift that we can now look just as importantly in our own backyard. For the Yarra Valley, we've got quite a number of winemakers here who are fairly large exporters, but across the state of Victoria, less than 10% of our production is exported, and out of the more than 800 wineries in this state, only about 100 of them are active exporters. So domestic activity through tourism and trade is incredibly important. We get to do all the fun stuff like tax, and advocate on issues around wine equalisation tax, and you guys might have all seen the fairly recent announcement around the CDS, which is the Container Deposit Scheme. So we make sure that wine bottles get excluded out of programs like that. We work on viticultural sustainability, so saying it's incredibly important that we work on the demand side, building tourism, building trade, building consumer demand, but that's all kind of pointless if we let phylloxera go rampaging through our industry, or we don't adapt to climate change and we don't have sensible water use policies and things like that. So we also work across all the viticultural sustainability side. Tourism, of course, which is why we're here to talk about today, and I'll talk about that more later. And then lots of other issues that come onto our agenda, and a significant, I will say an emerging issue because it's becoming onto our agenda, but clearly it's been an issue that's been there for a very long time, is around diversity and inclusion. And that is everything from very topical issues around gender diversity and inclusion through creating more pathways for people from other backgrounds to actively participate in our industry, and a very important issue which is also looking at our relationship with the traditional owners of our land and what we are doing as an industry in terms of our connection with First Nations peoples. So, as you'd probably know, we're the only state in Australia working towards treaty with First Nations people in Victoria. As tourism operators, as winery owners, land owners, we have a significant responsibility in that space, and it's something that Wine Victoria will be taking on as a new key policy and activity area as the state's peak body. And then lots of other ad hoc things that we deal with as well, and specific regional issues that might be around green wedge issues or urban encroachment, and all of those sorts of fabulously riveting conversations that you're really glad I'm not going to bore you with anymore this morning. So how do we work? So we work on an election cycle basis. Over the last 4 years, we've generated funding commitments around trade. So we had the $5 million Wines to the World package that runs from FY20 last financial year through to the end of 2023. And that's been used for a whole bunch of things. So at the moment it's being applied for US strategy development to support a specific Victorian wine initiatives into the US, and then also for domestic promotion, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. Just picked up another $1 million for global e-commerce activity, and that's to work with places like wine.com in the US and Vivino. I don't know how many of you know that Vivino, the wine, the app for wine lovers, Instagram for wine nuts, or probably more like a bit of a TripAdvisor for wine, now actively sells wine on that platform in countries all over the world, including in Australia, and it's a significantly growing market for premium wine. We just announced 2 weeks ago another $1.5 million for a program called the Drinks Alliance, and that's where Victorian wine, beer, spirits and cider companies are coming together to work on increasing the penetration of Victorian wines on wine lists and retail shelves in the trade here in Victoria. I don't know about you guys, but I often despair when I go out to a restaurant or a wine bar in Melbourne and I get offered up amazing wines by the glass from all over the world, but I really struggle to buy a glass of wine that was grown in our own backyard. And that is a significant issue. It's a real issue from a tourism perspective. If you go to Paris and you're sitting in wine bars or restaurants of Paris, those sommeliers and wineries are incredibly, they're terribly parochially French, in terms of everything that they do. The same thing happens in America, it happens in Italy, God, it happens in Adelaide. But somehow in Melbourne, there's a real disconnect between how we're trying to champion our extraordinary regions and how poorly supported they are in the on-premise environments, particularly in, what is meant to be a world-class eating and drinking, city an hour down the road from here. So that's so watch this space around that issue and how we're going to address that. Lots of work on viticulture, phylloxera programs, sadly bushfire and smoke taint issues, and then of course tourism, which is what we're here to talk about. So the 5 pillars came about through the $2 million funding package. $1 million of that was the federal government money out of the $50 million export and regional wine support package, and $750,000 came from the state government and $250,000 came from industry across all of the 5 pillars. And so that's been about just over $10 million of direct industry support delivered from advocacy work and program management work. So Richard Howden, that many of you know, has the great job of being our GM of programs, and all of these programs sit under Richard and Megan's remit for delivery out to all of our members. So that's the end of my spruiking for Wine Victoria, but 30th of June's coming up, 1st of July, membership invoices come out, so I'm sure you'll all go, yeah, we want our share of the $10 million, so of course we'll renew our membership. And now on to why we're really here. So what is the 5 pillars? Quite simply, it's a branding system to help us communicate the main differentiating factors for the Victorian wine sector. This state-based communication challenge for wine is really, really difficult because I'm sure, as you guys will all know, Victoria, from a wine point of view, really has not, doesn't really help us communicate around wine from a branding perspective like that. If you're in international markets, it's country of origin. So, yep, okay, I want an Australian wine. Probably then goes to variety, even more so than region in international markets. Oh, so I know Australia makes good Shiraz, and then they've probably heard of the Barossa, if you're in the US, and then that. But Victoria or South Australia, or a state-based play, really doesn't help us very much. And from our perspective, we had a big challenge, and Tanya mentioned it before. Anyone ever tried to build a brand or market something based on a diversity proposition? It's almost impossible. And so about 4 years ago, when Peter Bingman first started as the CEO of Visit Victoria, he came to our board meeting and he sat there and he said, "You guys make it so difficult for us. We don't even know how to talk about the wine proposition in Victoria. So a lot of the time, we either talk about it very generically, or we don't, or we've got specific regional propositions. We don't know how to talk about wine in Victoria on a holistic basis. So you guys need to address this challenge for us." And about the same time, the Export Wine, EWRSP, crappy acronyms that the industry's so in love with, came out as well, and we said, right, we've got this challenge, we know we have it, and now we've got an opportunity to tap into some funding to solve it. And the original focus of that funding was international markets, and we said, well, we actually need a holistic branding solution that helps us communicate about Victoria, whether it's in tourism, in international trade, in domestic tourism. So what could that branding system look like that would help us better communicate our 21 wine regions, 800 odd producers, and, however many different wine varieties we grow here. And we really wanted it to not just be something that we did as a campaign or a project, oh, that was good, we just spent $2 million, we created a whole bunch of stuff and it never ever sees the light of day or get used anymore. We wanted it to be a sustainable solution for the long-term benefit of the industry. And so we went about answering 4 key questions. The first, and I really challenge you guys, to think about this even when you're thinking about what your unique value propositions are when you're doing the tourism stuff with Tanya this afternoon. So what do we do better than the rest of Australia in Victoria? What's difficult for others to replicate? So, if we talk about Shiraz, for instance, you can go, well, does Victoria make Shiraz better than the rest of Australia? Let's all just suggest for the moment that we think the answer to that is yes. Is it something that is easy for everyone else to replicate. Shiraz is grown in every wine region in Australia. You know, hanging your hat on Shiraz is really tricky, but I will talk about Shiraz Central in a minute. What is in line with global consumer trends? No point us being really great at something that nobody cares about and nobody wants to drink, visit, understand or anything more. So we had to look at it through the lens of global consumer trends. And we also had to understand what's scalable. So it's, you know, what can we do that we can actually then offer to an international, into an international stage? And when we really went through those 4 big questions and we were as objective as we possibly could and took all of our parochial, regional, personal wine brand hats off, and I'm lucky I'm a marketing and strategy consultant. I'm not, you know, I didn't have an affiliation to a region or a brand, so I could do that a little easier than some of our other board members. We came up with the 5 pillars. I'll talk about the Yarra Valley last, although it was probably the easiest, dart to stick in the dartboard. So I went through and had a look at something like Prosecco. And you go, okay, we've got King Valley, we've got Prosecco Road, it was already established up there. Prosecco is booming. The growth in that variety is absolutely massive. It's a real, you know, that Italian heritage connection into the King Valley is incredibly authentic and true and real, and it's not like anyone else in Australia's out there growing heaps of Prosecco. So let's put our foot on it from a Victorian perspective and let's really own, you know, the Prosecco story in the King Valley. You go a little bit further, you know, up across there and you say Rutherglen Muscat. You know, like, I don't know about any of you guys, but some of the most amazing and mind-blowing wine experiences I've had in my life have been standing in the cellars looking at those 100-year-old grand and rare muscats that we make up there. They are truly world-class. There is nothing like them anywhere else in the world, and they are coveted in other countries around the world. We tend to all be a bit blasé about them. The sommeliers don't give a shit about them and would much prefer to promote, you know, vintage port that's come in from Portugal than amazing 100-year-old product that's grown just 3 hours up the road. But they are extraordinary world-class wines that have received more 100 out of 100 ratings than any other wines in the world. And if we were to lose that Rutherglen Muscat heritage out of the Australian wine story, I think it would be a travesty. So although it probably doesn't really hit the scalable button for us in terms of our 4 questions, it really does the other 3, you know, incredibly well. So Rutherglen Muscat became one of our pillars. The Pinot Coast was like, well, Pinot Noir, Victoria does Pinot pretty well, and I know that all you guys are going to go, we do Pinot pretty well up here in the Yarra, and so does Macedon and other parts of the state as well. But that coastal idea of connecting Geelong, the Mornington Peninsula, I nearly forgot it there for a second then, and then over to Gippsland was, you know, seemed to be an incredibly strong idea. So the Pinot Coast was born, stitching together those 3 regions with a coastal, cool climate Pinot Noir proposition that really, when you think about it, Tassie's, from a state-based perspective, is probably our only real rival. And as I say, they're landlocked and have water issues down there. So probably they're not going to present too many challenges to Victorian Pinot Noir. Shiraz Central, this was a bit of a tricky one because we got, you know, it was Victorian Shiraz, cool climate Shiraz. We really need to sort of own that. Probably a little bit of an argument there in terms of our ability for a Victorian Shiraz story to be, you know, for us to really own that. But then when you think about it and you try Barossa and McLaren Vale Shiraz across, you know, something that's come from the Pyrenees or Gippsland, they are offering a really different proposition. So those guys, that sits across 6 regions, and they were all really happy to come together and sit underneath that banner of Shiraz Triangle. And then there's the Yarra Valley. So the Yarra Valley was sort of the first thing we said is, well, the Yarra, you know, you guys know, you're all here, I'm preaching to the converted, but, you know, I'll give you the same, and I have said exactly the same spiel to all the other regions as well, but the Yarra Valley is just an hour, as we know, from Melbourne's doorstep. We've got the most extraordinary, you know, capacity here in terms of what we have on offer. Amazing restaurants, fabulous vineyards, everything's close together, it's easier experience. I know we can talk about, you know, accommodation challenges, but there's better access to accommodation here and back into the city than there is in a lot of our other regions. And we're really going, why isn't the Yarra Valley as critically acclaimed, you know, as the Napa? Why isn't the Yarra Valley as important to Melbourne gastronomically across its food and wine offer as the Napa Valley is to San Francisco and to California. You know, it really should be, you know, that food and wine Epicurean jewel in Australia's crown. And I'm really quite happy to go and take the Barossa on head on for that mantle, and I'm sure there's 80 of you here today to help us do that. So the Yarra Valley, you know, was the 5th pillar. And when you think about that, and I just wanted to, you know, quickly show you something, because these 5 pillars are really being jumped on by media and trade. And I know Visit Victoria are in love with this campaign, but this is just out of Saturday's Traveller magazine, and they said only in Victoria, 5 unique Victorian wine experiences. You can drive the Pinot Coast, you can visit the birthplace of Australian Prosecco, you can fortify yourself in Rutherglen, you can find liquid gold in Shiraz Central, and you can branch out in the Yarra Valley. And there's little breakouts of each of the 5 pillars there with the specific websites for each of the 5 destinations. And I read that and go, that's pretty compelling. You know, that's pretty cool. That's a lot better than here's a map with 21 wine regions, throw a dart at it and pick one. And so, you know, it is working. But it does have some challenges. And so, you know, there's been plenty of criticism aimed at Wine Victoria about the fact that it doesn't cover all of the 21 wine regions. And again, you're the Yarra Valley, you get your whole own pillar. Are you really that fussed about the others that didn't quite make it? But it does create some challenges for us organisationally. And of course, the other thing for the Yarra Valley, which is quite good for you guys, is we're celebrating and championing the whole region. Whereas if you're in Shiraz Central, it's very much linked to Shiraz. If you're in King Valley, it's very much leading with Prosecco. And those, you know, someone will always say, oh, but we do so much more than Prosecco and we grow Sangiovese and Pinot Grigio. I'm like, yeah, I get that. But Prosecco is the hero for you guys. Importantly though, the 5 pillars are simply designed as a way into the conversation. They're designed when someone goes, oh yeah, where are you? And we say Australia, and they've just figured out where that is on a map. Again, think internationally. And then we say, we're this little bit down here. And we do these 5 things amazingly well. You know, and then people can come in and they can explore it through that doorway, and then they can learn and understand and discover, and they can find Beechworth, they can find Henty. You know, they can find Mildura and discover all of the other great things. So it's just a doorway in. It's not designed to tell the whole story. And I'm sure, again, from each of your brand perspectives, you've got a lead proposition. Doesn't tell the whole story, but it is the thing that differentiates you, and it's the thing that you lead with, and the 5 pillars are the same for us from a Victorian wine perspective. The other regions aren't forgotten in our marketing efforts. We do, when it's appropriate to do so, we do include them and take them, you know, on that journey. And so, again, as I've already said, we just use the 5 pillars when it makes the most sense to do so. I said before that this was originally designed as an international tourism product, and it definitely was. So most of the content that we created around this originally was with the international visitor in mind. And so I think it's really important to say it doesn't mean that any of that work is wasted. Yes, we're in a point in time at the moment where we're all probably thinking, when will we ever be going overseas, or when will we ever be able to come back? But, you know, we will be travelling again. We will be welcoming tourists back into Australia again. And when we do, Australia's going to look like a very attractive destination to people because of our COVID success. We already were. It's going to be more so. And use this time and, you know, to look at, understand how we're telling this Yarra Valley story from the playbook's perspective, and really have your act together so that when that international tourism does come back, this is the place that people are choosing to come to. So how many of you are familiar with the Yarra Valley playbook from the 5 pillars? Has anyone seen any of this content? Simon says yes. Claire's, there's a couple of tentative hands up in the room. See, this, my goal in my tenure in Wine Victoria is to walk into a room with all the wine people who put their hands up before, and when we say, have you seen the result of how we spent the $2 million worth of funding? That I know, you know, has been in, you know, that everyone goes, yeah, we know it. But anyway, enough of that. The Yarra Valley brand playbook. I'm going to invite my twin sister to come up and join me on the stage. And I can guarantee you this outfit was not planned today, which is why I decided to leave my coat on. because I thought, and I love the fact this is the only one of these that we've filmed, and Caroline and I are looking like the Doobie Sisters up here on stage. So anyway, very funny. But one of the things, the playbook is the culmination of all of the work and all of the investment that was done in creating the regional pillars. And even when we first said, hey, Caroline, we want to create this Yarra Valley pillar, how do we talk about the Yarra Valley? Was that an easy conversation or a difficult conversation?
Both, because we've been doing tourism and wine tourism here for such a long time. There was a lot of strongly held views about what the position was, but they were broad, and so it was easy to talk about, but the challenge was in getting it into a way in which we could talk very clearly about it. There was a lot of different competing positions.
Yeah. And so this playbook sets out exactly all the reasons about what is the Yarra Valley, where is it, how do you get here, why would people come here, and then talks a little bit about, you know, the hero varieties in terms of being Chardonnay, Pinot Noir, Cabernet and Shiraz. It talks about all the award-winning things that have been here, and then goes into some of the other brand attributes. I'm not sure, I can't read that from here. I don't know whether anyone else can. Maybe if I get back far enough. But the brand vision was for the Yarra Valley with its world-class wine and food offering to attract international wine lovers from far and wide. So it was really quite broad, with the brand promise of being a unique and unforgettable experience is one of the world's great wine regions, conveniently located on Melbourne's doorstep. And so, you know, Caroline, do you want to expand on any of the other key differentiation points or, you know, what we really wanted to try and capture here?
World-class wine, progressive, abundant, and connection really kind of helped us distill down what it was about this region. We talked a lot about the fact that the region itself, with the mountain ranges coming around like a hug, some of the marketers came up with, and then the valley floor has been a place of abundance for such a long period of time. So back to First Nations, this was a place where people would come to be nourished, to get food and to get water and wine for so many tens of thousands of years, and from a wine industry perspective for nearly 200 years. So we talked about taking that and then applying that sort of sense of abundance and plenty to a tourism position as well. And that we have in the Yarra Valley a lot of people and a lot of our winemakers who have experience and worked overseas and bring that expertise here as well. So we've got the natural connection and the ability to make, grow and create beautiful experiences, and at the same time we've got the professionalism and global experience to deliver it really well.
And potentially one of the biggest challenges out here, and I'm sure that many of you who have been in any tourism workshop in the Yarra Valley or working on these brand things for a really long time, is how do we, you know, like, some people go, no, it's all about wine, or it's all about food, or it's all about nature. And, you know, and you guys all understand that for most of our visitors, they want everything. You know, they want to come out here and they want to experience all of those things. So I think, although this brand messaging, you can say, oh yeah, it looks quite simple, getting everybody to agree, you know, like on how deep that storytelling needs to go and where all those threads of the story and the offer up here all come together can actually be really quite challenging. And so the Yarra Valley's, you know, pillars are around those world-class wines that are places, you know, the people, telling stories about people, telling stories about the places of nature, telling, you know, the individual producer stories, culinary stories and events through those lenses of the 4 pillars that Caroline just talked about has been a really important part of us working out how do we tell the complex. Because if you say the diversity challenge we have on a statewide perspective has been really challenging, the diversity within the Yarra Valley is also really challenging to encapsulate as well. So there's been, you know, an incredible amount of work that's done in this playbook. All of the imagery that's here and all the imagery that Tanya's using today comes out of the playbook assets that are here. And all of these assets have been created and they're royalty free and they're all available for all of you to utilise in your marketing and communications efforts. And not that we want everybody looking exactly the same. This is not about creating cookie-cutter brand stories and things like that. But it is saying we are stronger together. If the way we talk about our place, our region, the Yarra Valley, is more consistent, we're going to help create a stronger Yarra Valley brand together. So the Yarra Valley being your umbrella, and then your individual brand stories and propositions and everything coming in from there. You know, and we're not going to sit in here and take you through every one of these pillars, because we could spend a day just taking you through the playbook. But it's an incredible asset, an incredibly valuable asset that gives a lot of direction to you guys in terms of tone of voice, how we want to be speaking about the region and its tourism offer. We talk about who some of our brand heroes are. We've got key people that have been profiled along the way, and of course this will continue to change and evolve as people come in and out of our region. We talk about our culinary heroes, we talk about key events, amazing places of nature, and then the landscape photos and everything that are here as well. So at the end, Caroline, we've got this amazing video bank, we've got video, still assets,
itineraries, information, Q&As, a whole lot of, you know, the suite of assets that are going to be available to the whole industry is really rich, and will be really helpful, I think, for everybody to, you know, refer to, and as Angie said, not cookie cutter, but help inform the way we're talking, and we're all talking as a region consistently.
So this is just a, you know, like a little bit of you know, like a snapshot of all of those assets. So you know, all of those assets are there for you. Do you want to talk a little bit about website?
Yeah, sure. So what we've been doing, because obviously the One Yarra Valley has been involved in this project and process for a couple of years now, we've been using the Pillars brand playbook to inform and influence everything that we've been doing in terms of our marketing. So we've launched our new website pretty recently, which is very much reflects that playbook. It talks about our people, our creators and makers, as it is the natural beauty and nature. We focus on that, and the culinary and the events, and obviously within that, and overarching all of that for our website is wine. So, and you can sort of see the look and feel really does reflect those key elements of the playbook. We have itineraries also on the new website. So we're taking it to everything that we do. So we've got a couple of regular in-region events we've been running. One is called Fireside, and I can just run through some photos, and the other is called Rosé Evolution. Both of those events, again, were us thinking about, okay, so for this playbook and this brand and the way we want to communicate to the world, how do we do that? We talk about our people, we give access to our makers and creators to people to come up and engage with when they're up at these events. We style them in a way that reflects, you know, the quality and the prestige and the premiumisation of the way we deliver tourism and our wine here, and you know, create a really welcoming but confident experience, premium experience. So, and the same with our social media. So those key things which were people and nature, we're highlighting a lot through social media, just the drop-dead gorgeousness of this region, and then, you know, also the people and the product that we're delivering as well, and the connection to the place that we have.
Yeah, I think, you know, hopefully you can see, we're giving you a very short snapshot, but this is the Shiraz Central landing page for the Resource Centre, but the connection to the Yarra Valley one is in your toolkits today. But you can see, you know, for each of the 5 pillars, there's hero articles, there's itineraries, there's fact sheets about the region, there's examples, copywriting examples that's there, all the images and videos. There's a trade information kit for people with a higher level of knowledge wanting to better understand the regions. There's maps, there's social media resources, and then there's all of the stuff that Caroline and the region has done themselves. So this suite of assets of things that have been created to help you guys tell our regional stories with greater clarity and more professionalism potentially in terms of some of the imagery and video assets and everything there are amazing assets, and I really do strongly implore you guys to make the most of what is here and to leverage it and use it as much as you possibly can. So the 5 pillars I mentioned to you before are being used outside of just this international tourism context, and it really will be the key way that we introduce people into the Victorian wine story from here. So at the risk of giving myself another depressing response, I'm going to ask how many of you have seen the Behind the Vines campaign or have visited vicwines.com.au? Yes, yay, there's more hands. So I mentioned before that we were able to invest some money in domestic trade activity. Last year through COVID, we knew that everyone was turning online. We knew that our cellar door businesses were essentially, shut down. But we also knew that we had a real challenge. We were hearing from consumers anecdotally through social media and other channels that they're like, how do I connect, that little winery that I went and visited, I know those guys are probably doing it tough. I want to support local. How do I do it? So there was some great inspiration from Visit Victoria with the Click for Vic campaign that came out last year. Great inspiration through the Victorian country market stuff. And we looked at all of those and we said, but wine's got a slightly different problem. We all have e-commerce platforms. Most wineries have spent a lot of money building e-commerce platforms. What's our challenge? We don't have a great funnel for helping to deliver traffic into our own e-commerce platforms. And when you do go onto Dr. Google and you try and search or connect or find something, you will invariably land up at Dan Murphy's, Liquorland or Vintage Cellars, because the retailers have done such a job of monstering the SEO environment, and the paid advertising environment. So it's really hard for an individual producer to get any cut through on search. And so we said, well, maybe what we need to do from a Victoria-wide perspective is maybe we need to create an aggregator site. Maybe we need to create a site where consumers can go onto and they can search for wines that in a way that they're used to thinking about. Yes, okay, no, it is in Yarra Valley and it made, it was a red wine place and it was dog friendly and, it's alternative wine varieties or whatever. So there's a whole set of search terms that sit on the site that people can go through and do, and then the site dishes up a list of recommended wineries that match those search criteria. Where does the search criteria come from, you might ask? From your Australian Tourism Data Warehouse listing. And any of you who have been onto the ATD, I hate that acronym, the Data Warehouse, the T and the D gets me every time, Simon's laughing. You will know that you can put an enormous amount of data in there. Guess what we found? When we went in there, most of the Victorian wineries, if you were lucky, might have had their name on it, might have had the crappiest photo they could find of their cellar door environment, and I'm not joking, and they might have had opening hours. Probably didn't. Now we've got 380 wineries that are up there and we're getting better in terms of the quality of the imagery and everything there. But your data warehouse listing is your access point and your entry point as a tourism business into things like this, into Click for Vic, into all of these other tourism resources, and Tanya's going to talk to you about that being your doorway into more than 200 tourism wholesalers and other distribution channels. It's free at the moment up until the 30th of June, and then it's $280 after that, and it's $280 to make sure your brand and your experience is being presented in all of these amazing channels. And you can own the information and put as much data in there as possible. And you get out what you put in. If your data's really rigorous, your search criteria on the Behind the Vines campaign on the vicwines.com.au website is going to be significantly better. We spent about $80,000 building the platform. We spent the balance of the money promoting it. So there's more amazing content that sits on here, content for all of our 5 pillars. There's winemakers giving recommendations of wines that they love for Friday night, pizza night from other regions across Victoria. The content's amazing, and the PR value around it, has reached more than 35 million, Australians so far since we launched it in February, I think. And the traffic has been amazing. The unique visitors going to this website and the conversion rates, for any of you who care about website conversions, we're measuring a conversion either as a click-through to a winery website or a downloading of an itinerary is significantly over 20%. Other places got excited by that number. Obviously, you know, not here, or you're all just being coy. And so, you know, what that tells us is consumers are really looking for how do they better understand this industry that is a bit of a conundrum to them. They love it, but how do I understand it better? And this is one of those ways of doing it. We've just had some in-principle agreement to be able to tap into a little bit more of that $5 million Wines to the World Fund I said before, to continue this resource. And I'm very hopeful that this will be an ongoing legacy for us. It sits on the front page of the Click for Vic website, so we do work with the Visit Vic team to make sure that all of these resources are actually building on one another. So what can you guys do? Use the pillar language in your branding. You guys are relatively lucky because the pillar's Yarra Valley, you're in the Yarra Valley, you're talking about the Yarra Valley. But the more we talk about and the more we use consistent language, the more we're going to be able to build up the international and domestic reputation and understanding around our regions. Link to the pillar websites, link to the Yarra Valley website. If you're not doing that, you're not going to get the SEO benefit of being part of a bigger group. Talk about the pillar in Celador, talk to people about Behind the Vines. There's an incredible amount, there is an asset kit from the Behind the Vines place that all the wine businesses are able to tap into and use some of those assets in creative on Instagram, on social, other things that you're doing. And of course, you know, use the collateral and use the touring routes. It would be a travesty if in 2 years' time, the $2 million worth of money we invested in this was just thrown out with an amazing database of brilliant content that nobody used. You know, I don't think any of us want that to be the legacy of this money that we're investing in. Quite frankly, all of the other states are pretty blown away about what we've done in Victoria. They've gone, man, that was clever. You know, because a lot of them just did a state-based campaign, and we've created some legacy brand assets that will hopefully hold us in very good stead for the next, you know, 5 or 10 years. So there's quite a bit of bespoke pillar activity. Shiraz Central are doing a big Shiraz Central tasting in the city in August, COVID willing. Things like all the work that Caroline was talking about before and the integration in this region. The pillars are in play for Wine Connect, which is Wine Australia's big new export online platform. So Wine Australia are utilising this content. The extension of Behind the Vines that I mentioned. Visit Victoria, utilising the 5 pillars content in a lot of their activity. And of course, we're very hopeful of being able to continue to deliver you know, extended campaigns around this. And, you know, and it'd be great if we were talking about it in other regions as well. So that's it from me. I just wanted to leave you with 3 quick thoughts before you jump into the next thing. Is over the last 12 months, I know you all put up your hand saying that you're doing, you know, paid tastings and things like that, which is amazing. So those bookable experiences are becoming so much more important as part of our tourism landscape. I have a really good friend of mine who runs a global luxury tour business in the States called the Travel Sommelier. And all he does is uber expensive, high net worth international trips centred around food and wine. And he says, I don't send anyone to Australia. He said, I know Australia's got amazing food and wine experiences. I know it's there, but it's bloody impossible to find them. And he said, South Africa, I want a $1,500 per head, 1 day wine tasting. I can get 20 of them. And he said, I try and find that luxury experience in Australia. And he said, and I can't find the packages through the wholesalers and the destination management consultants and stuff that he would normally work through. And he said, and then I find an amazing brand that I know, that I've heard about, and I ring them up, and they go, yeah, mate, oh, look, the cellar door's open Monday to Friday. They come in, send us an email, try and get the winemaker to turn up. And he said, no, I've got people that want to spend $10,000 US. And you're going to tell me if they turn up at between 10 and 11, the winemaker might turn up to sell the door for them. And I know you're all kind of giggling, but you know this happens. And so if you don't have a $1,000 per person experience on your website, no one can buy it. If you're not thinking big, if you're not thinking global, and you're not thinking premium, no one will buy those experiences and connect with you in that way. And even people, Megan and I were talking in the car on the way up this morning about, you know, wouldn't it be great if you could book, and we're like, what would you spend on that? We're going, oh, you know, $500 a head? Of course we would. Easy. You know, and we don't even live in posh suburbs of Melbourne. Sorry, did I just spurn your suburb? You know, so think big today. Be brave, be bold. Today's all about dreaming, you know, big ideas. And I want Victoria to be the most successful wine state in Australia. I want us to be the most successful wine tourism state in Australia. But it really starts from this grassroots stuff that we're all doing here today to create those experiences. And, you know, and nobody might buy it in the first year. Doesn't matter. It exists, you know, and then that makes people think differently about what we have to offer here. So I've probably gone well over my time, but that's it for me. Happy to take any questions if anyone has
Questions? Yeah, must be questions, Fred. Yep. Oh, applause first. Yeah.
Oh, come on.
And any questions?
Just add to Angie's point there that she finished on, don't be afraid of the lost leader. You might never sell a $10,000 package, but what you really want to sell is 50 of the 2 or 3 below it, and the lost leader is always going to get you the press. So don't be afraid of something that you think might make you look like a bit of a wanker amongst the region.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even call that a lost leader, because if you sell that, you're not losing anything. You're making heaps, which is great.
And the beauty is, they cost you nothing to create.
Absolutely.
Except your time.
It's like the fancy handbag, you know, we all walk past, well, maybe we don't all, but you walk past Prada and you go, oh, 20 grand handbag in the window, that's expensive. You walk inside and the 5 grand handbag looks amazingly good value. And they don't care. The $20 grand handbag's there for the one international tourist who might buy it, but they sell 20 of the 5 grand handbag and they're just as happy. You know, so that's, you know, that sort of price anchoring, you know, strategy that we're talking about that we want you guys to be thinking about today. No other questions? We're hanging around for a bit for morning tea. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a great chance to break for morning tea. Angie will be here if you've got any questions for her. So there's food here. Maybe grab a donut. And then if you want to grab coffee or tea, you'll have to run over the road. So I'll just ask you to be quick. And we'll start again at 10 to 11. Hope everyone's had their jam donuts, which look absolutely delicious. How is it, Alva? It's good? They're really nice. Fantastic. All right. If you want to grab a seat, we'll get started. Simon, talk to you. All right. All righty. The seat. We'll get back into it. Hi, how are you? Okay. Thanks, everyone. It's great to hear so much chatter in the room. It's very exciting. Very good. So going on from Angie's presentation about 5 pillars, as she mentioned, there's a whole heap of assets available for you to use straight away. And in the toolkit, there's a link to these. There's articles, there's itineraries already written, fact sheets, copywriting, maps you can use, social media kits, ideas, tips, and a whole range of imagery and beautiful videos that you can use straight away. So that's ready for you to use, ready to go, and links are in your toolkit, easy. So what we're going to talk about now is partnerships. So like I said, the aim of today is to look at what partnerships can work for you and how you can leverage or use partnerships to get your business out there, to create some amazing and very appealing packages and sell them. So I saw this beautiful article a couple of months ago, marketing trends for 2021. It's time to look at industry partners as collaborators rather than competitors. And I think that's already the case in this region. You work really, really closely together, which is fantastic. It's much easier to hunt in a pack than on your own. And this is the whole thing behind 5 pillars, behind working as a region. If you go out there together, you have much, much greater cut through. So it's time to find the strategic partnerships that support your growth and the development of your business. So collaboration is the non-negotiable for 2021. So, really basic stuff. What's a partner? You know, we think we know, we all really do know. But in this case, in today's context, this is people who can help you package, help you promote and help you sell your business, your product. So who might they be? Pretty straightforward. Accommodation providers. It's a really good mix of businesses today, which is fantastic. Because nobody just goes to a winery. Nobody just goes to accommodation. People come and do a whole range of experiences. So if you're just selling a single winery experience, for example, that's a very, very small sort of target audience you're talking to. Each other, you're the obvious partners. You're in the same region, you're talking to similar people, you're offering a similar pillar, if you like, experience. Wine associations, you've seen the amazing work that Carolyn and Wine Yarra Valley are doing. Tourism organisations, Visit Victoria, Yarra Ranges, regional tourism, it's fantastic. Food and bev providers, people eat, sleep and drink. On sellers like Red Balloon, they're important partners. Information centres, transport operators, media, all really, really important partners that can help you do what it is you need to do. So I've got one of my favourite saying is, you alone have to do it, but you don't have to do it alone. There's people out there whose job it is to help you promote and sell your experience. So some really nice examples of packages I came across while I was putting this workshop together. These are already done. 5 pillars itineraries have been created already. They're not saleable currently, but this is already an example of how you could package up with other operators in your region, make a packageable, saleable product, and then put it out to market. So this has already been done for you. Very, very simple. There's some lovely packages up in the high country. We have the High Country Brewery Trail. So a bunch of aligned businesses have got together for beer lovers who want to do more than just one brewery. And you don't go to one brewery, but if you know there's 9 you can go to, then that's a couple of days already sorted. Sounds pretty good to me. The Heathcote Women in Wine Trail. So again, aligned businesses who have packaged up. So you've got a reason to go to more than one and you know where you're going. The Gunnemounted Trail Ride package, something completely different. So it's a trail ride, lunch and wine tasting. And bathing, perfect, love it. What a great day out. And as a consumer, I can book all of that with one email or one phone call and it's done. I don't have to get my wallet out again during the day. I know that my place at that winery is set for me. They're expecting me. I'm not going to have to line up for lunch. It's such peace of mind when I'm planning my trip. So I love this. I also love Port Phillip ferries. So they're just a ferry ride, all they do is run boats between different locations, and they've got, of course, the ferry that goes from Docklands to Port Arlington, which is great, lovely, but they know that unless you've got a reason to go to Port Arlington, you're not going to do it. And by definition, if you take the ferry, you're not going to have a car at the other end. So for you to take that trip, they have to give you a reason and a way to do it. So they've packaged up with some local providers. Take the ferry over, you get picked up from the ferry, taken to Jack Rabbit, for example, given an amazing lunch, drink lots of wine, they pour you back on the ferry, and then you get public transport home. What a great day out. You don't have to do anything, you book it once, it's all taken care of, and you don't have to drive. Fantastic. And this is happening all around the world. Of course, we were talking about the Napa Valley and Sonoma Valley before. So they've also done the same thing. They know that wine tasting, it's been altered forever by COVID. There's no more free tasting, so they're all charging. And they've turned the whole region into this adventure playground, if you like. The townships have brought festivals out into the streets. There's food, there's parks, there's all sorts of events going on. And you can mix up your wine tasting with everything. Horse riding, hiking, cycling, gondola trip, fantastic. Why not? Because nobody's just going to a winery. This is one of my favourite ones I found, the bike, wine and kayak tour in the Napa Valley. Fantastic. $275 US for a day. That's a bargain from my point of view. Includes lunch. I was interested in the way they'd put this together. You go biking and wine tasting in the morning, and then you kayak in the afternoon, which to me sounds like a recipe for disaster, but I'm sure they know what they're doing. Maybe they drink wine differently over there, I don't know. And I really like the Hunter Valley Resorts wine train package. So again, for people who don't have to or don't want to drive, and I know the train only goes as far as Lilydale, which is one of the hardest words in the English language to say, by the way. But you could pick people up from the train at Lilydale, bring them out and do the same thing. So you take the train, they pick you up from the train station and take you to the resort. And then at the resort, they do a vineyard tour and they do a cellar door, a sort of cellar experience and a tasting with a cellar master. It's a nice vague term we could all use. Doesn't have to be the winemaker or something. And if you want to buy that separately, it's like $30 a head. So they're, you know, monetising their wine tasting really nicely, if you like. Then when you're there, you can do a full range of activities from the resort, hot air ballooning, segways, hop on, hop off bus, fantastic. You pay once, it's all done, all taken care of, nobody has to drive. It's beautiful. And it's a 2-night minimum stay, which is gorgeous. And you're looking at, for the train, the tasting, 2 nights accommodation, it's about $500, I think, give or take. So I think that's pretty reasonable. Yeah, it's very, very good value. So people are happy to pay. And this is only 3 hours by train from Sydney, express train. So I think what we could do out here, it's fantastic. Up in the high country, we've got Pickled Sisters, fantastic local cafe. Work with local produce, which is beautiful. If you go to their website, though, you come across the fact that they offer wine tastings at Cofield Wines next door. It's like, oh, I was just going there for lunch, but now I can do a tasting at the same time or the same place. And if I do want to get married, you know, they can do my wedding in the Barrel Hall. It wasn't top of mind, but now I know that's good. I'll keep that in mind. And they offer glamping in the vineyard. Now, this isn't what I expect when I go into a cafe website, but all of a sudden I'm thinking, whoa. So I could turn up one afternoon, do a wine tasting, I can get a hamper for dinner probably, stay in my beautiful tent overlooking the vines. It's all done. Fantastic. So they're packaging partners, some ideas for you to keep in mind. And like I said, think big, think interesting. So, partnerships for place. Who can help you sell? If you create a beautiful package, an amazing experience, who's going to help you sell it? Each other, of course. If 2 or 3 of you get together, then all of a sudden 3 of you are selling the same experience and that triples your channels, if you like. Visitor information centres, some do more sales than others. And then you move into distribution partners, online travel agencies, retail, wholesale, inbound, digital channels, and your on-sellers like Red Balloon. And of course, there are other people who can sell your product who are already talking to your target audiences. So if this is a massive self-drive destination, which it is, then there are people who are already talking to self-drive audiences like the RACV. So they have their own sales channel, so they can help not only talk to your audiences, but sell your experience to those audiences. Easy, you don't have to leave home. And we'll talk more about these partners and how to work with them a little bit later. And another important organisation for getting word out to industry or to the trade is the Australian Tourism Export Council, or ATEC, much easier to say. Now these guys are the peak lobby group for inbound tourism. So they're dealing with the Australian industry that deals with people coming into the country. So they connect tourism industry members, they do great events, really, really fantastic. But the main thing that they do is that last year during COVID, they ran weekly webinars about different aspects of running your business through COVID and beyond COVID. It's called the Road to Recovery series, and it covered everything from the seniors market to how to attract locally based Asians to your business, to looking after your own well-being, to what the outcomes were of the budget, stuff like that, everything. So I will refer to ATEC webinars from time to time, and the links are all in the toolkit. So they're very, very good business support information. Okay, so these are partners to get your products, experiences sold. Now, who can help promote your experiences? I'm going to start from the top and head down. First up, Tourism Australia. So it's their job to promote Australia, mainly internationally, but since COVID, they've started to work more domestically, which is fantastic. They're a huge resource, and of course, their funding is much bigger than all of ours, put together many times over. So when you're looking at what markets you're talking to, you might as well be following their lead, and the lead of Visit Victoria, and the lead of your Regional Tourism Bureau, because you might as well follow the money. So it's their job to make people decide to come or travel in or to Australia. And they do an amazing job. So around the world, Australia is the #1 aspirational destination for everybody. Everybody wants to come here. It's fantastic. Then time and money essentially get in the way of that. But in terms of if people could go anywhere, they'd come to Australia. And it's their job to increase the economic benefits to a country from tourism. And they are working now domestically for the first time, and I'll talk more about that later. So once people have decided to travel within Australia or to Australia, it's Visit Victoria's job to make them decide on Victoria. So their role is to increase awareness of the state, what's in the state, and to attract visitors, and of course to market and deliver major events. So it's their job to keep people, to either bring people to Victoria or to keep people within the state. Intra-state travel is so important now, and Visit Victoria's remit is to maximise that. They do a huge job. It's fantastic. So of course they have their website, which takes information straight from the ATDW, which I'll talk more about later. And of course, we have Yarra Rangers Tourism, who we'll hear from Simon later. And it's their job, if people have decided to holiday within Victoria, to make people come here. And why wouldn't you? So attract visitors to the region, and also offer you opportunities to be involved in their marketing campaigns. The other important role of Yarra Rangers Tourism is that they will liaise with Visit Victoria on behalf of the whole region. So if you have issues, if you have needs, they're your advocates up into Visit Victoria. It's a very, very important role. And Simon will talk more about what they're doing to promote the region. But of course, fantastic website. I Googled what to do in the Yarra Valley last night, just for fun. #1, that's your Regional Tourism Board website, so that's great. #2, of course, TripAdvisor. So how many people here are on TripAdvisor? I want to see all of you. That's great. Anyone want to tell me why you're on TripAdvisor? Exposure. For the exposure, that's right. For the reviews. Because if people are searching and you're not on TripAdvisor, they won't find you, most likely. And of course, promotional partners, your wine associations. You've seen the amazing job that Wine Yarra Valley is doing, and Wine Victoria with the 5 Pillars program. Other promotional partners, of course, the media. Get word out. That fantastic news article in Traveller magazine on the weekend. And even the big outlets are always looking for good news stories. So if you've managed to capture some great footage, and you've got a nice good news story, send it off to the broadcast media. You never know what they're going to pick up, especially if it's got a fluffy animal in it. They love that. Of course, you're each other's best advocates and promotional channels. You can pay for advertising, of course. You can spend as much as you like on advertising. I think there's better ways to do things, but it's always open to you. And of course, influencers. So I know that, this is something that the RTB or Visit Victoria is more likely to work with influencers. If they come to you directly, it can be dodgy, but if you get the right one, they can do a really, really good job. It has to be an economic decision for you. So in the toolkit, there's a list of potential partners. There's contact details for Visit Victoria. And like I said, Di and Tash are here. Your regional wine associations, your regional tourism board contact, and other useful tourism organisations, and of course each other. So I think everybody today agreed to share their contact details with each other. So there'll be a list of who was here. So if you need to get in touch, you can do that. And there's a link to that Medium article. So who are our potential audiences? We've got a product. We've got partners who can help us sell it and promote it. Who are we talking to? So visitors to Australian wineries as a whole, by usual place of residence, 9% is international, and the rest is domestic. I'm sure that's no surprise. But let's look a bit more closely at domestic. On average, only 4.9% of domestic travellers visit a winery or a farm gate or a distillery. So this is not a lot. So if you are just selling a winery experience, you're talking to a tiny proportion of the market, a very small audience. 2/3 are intrastate, no surprises there. Sorry, I keep getting in the way. And in Victoria, only 3% of travellers visit a winery. So this is why we need to think a little bit more broadly. If you're selling also accommodation and food and bev, or something broader than just a winery experience, think how many more people you're going to be talking to than that 3% who are just visiting a winery. How important is, yeah?
Sorry, just to clarify, that statistic on the winery piece, is that for wineries that are pure sellable winery and don't have anything else attached, or is that for
It's
wineries with restaurants?
so is that, the question is that just wineries, or is that wineries with added options? Yeah, so it doesn't specify. The question is, did you visit a winery on your visit, on your trip? So actually I got rung up by Tourism Research Australia just the other day to be surveyed for this survey, so I feel very special. But the question is, did you visit a winery? Yes. They don't ask any more information than that. Yeah. So not a lot. How important is wine as a driver of destination choice for Australians? It's number 6, so it's not bad. Number 1 is safety and security. And I mean, this region, of course, very safe, very secure. So that's kind of a tick. So I like to think that wine comes up in the top 5 as drivers for destination choice. Value for money, world-class nature and wildlife, history and heritage, got that here, and friendly citizens, got that covered. And Visit Victoria, their target market is what they call the lifestyle leader segment. And again, if they're talking to these people, you might as well talk to these people too, because then you can, have a consistent sort of reach, if you like. So the lifestyle leader is 31% of the market, 6 million Australians. So actually 3% of those might do. 50% apart, and a third with children. Average household income, 130,000, nice. So they're open to trying new things. They're looking for something different. They kind of want to discover new things at the moment. They value quality over price. So we keep coming back to this, but you don't have to be cheap. They like to plan their trip for themselves, and they do plan. They don't just turn up. They consider themselves to be leaders, not followers. So they're looking for new things. They're looking to discover. They're looking to be the first with that particular photo that everybody else then wants to capture. But the good thing is, within the state, intrastate is so important, and Victorians are so keen to travel intrastate. Visit Victoria has seen fantastic numbers for intrastate searches, way up on last year, which is not really surprising. But 80% of Victorians agreed that now is the time to support Victorian businesses and the local economy. So, fantastic. Let's give them the opportunity to do that by standing out in their searches, giving them the chance to spend their money with us, which is what we want them to do. So if domestic is so important, and there's no taking away from that, why would we ever even look at international markets? It's a good question. But there are some really, really important benefits to inbound, mainly that they travel outside the peak times. They're your midweek travellers, outside school holidays, over winter. So these are the guys who fill your gaps. Really, really important. And I'm thinking that many of you are feeling that loss at the moment. You know, midweek's pretty tricky at the moment. I'm seeing some nods that without the international travellers, things are pretty skinny midweek. So they're really important to fill those gaps. They also spend a whole lot more, 3 times on average the domestic traveller. So if you can get them, they're worth getting. Booking lead times are longer, so if you're putting together this amazing package, fabulous thing, lots of money, really high end, they're going to book in like 3 months ahead of time. So you've got so much time to manage that booking. You plan really well. And of course, they minimise risk from a downturn in any one market. So they're just having your eggs in a few baskets is obviously a safer way to go. And if you're working through the distribution chain, which we'll talk about later, which gives you access to all of these overseas travellers and travellers around Australia, you can reach all of these new audiences without having to leave home. You don't have to go into market. You can talk to somebody here and they will take your product to all of these new audiences. So the distribution chain really gives you access to all of these people at no cost. So like Simon said, why wouldn't you? Give it a go, see what happens. So, which markets have good potential? The key one at the moment is visiting friends and relatives, or what we like to call VFR, much easier. So visiting friends and relatives market is highly motivated to travel. They're the ones travelling to and from New Zealand, interstate, intrastate. The first thing people want to do is reconnect with family. Markets that travel a lot are more resilient, and they also spend more time outside of the city. So these, of course, are the markets that you want, particularly internationally. Some markets that are full of first-time visitors go to Melbourne and stay in Melbourne, or they'll do day trips. So you want to look at markets who have been here a few times and are more willing to explore on their own. Short-haul markets, like fingers crossed, touch wood, everything, Singapore, Japan, barely short-haul, but, and of course New Zealand, they may be coming back sooner rather than later. And like I said, these days, we don't need to so much put geographic borders around what we're doing. If we're working through the distribution chain, then we can be targeting a certain type of person with a certain experience, and it really doesn't matter where they are. So for those people, they could be in Singapore or they could be in Sydney. They're going to find you on these channels and book you. So it opens up all of these new audiences without you having to do much, if you have a pre-bookable package. So if you're looking at which audiences you're going to be targeting, obviously intrastate, Melbourne audiences, it's a no-brainer, but if you want it beyond that, do your research and look carefully at the numbers. I'm all about stats, so I could talk tourism stats all day, but you'll be glad I won't. Look at which markets are going to be opening up, which are the ones worth investigating a bit more closely, and see what Yarra Ranges Tourism is doing. Find out which markets they're looking at expanding into, and also look at what you can offer. Is what you're offering relevant to the markets you'd like to attract? So, you know, the Chinese market is a classic for this. So a lot of people are like, wow, look at these numbers, this is China. China's spend, up until COVID, of course, huge. We need some of that. Look at that expenditure, it's huge. But that includes education figures. So all the spend on fees and their long stay accommodation. So in terms of pure tourism spend, you know, what's the real story there? And if you want to look at the China market, you need to have specialist social media channels, you need to have in-language information, you need to have in-language staff. You know, it's a really good market, but you need to be really prepared for it, and you need specialist help to make that happen. So there are some fantastic agencies that can do that, but you first need to look at what your business needs are, work out if that's going to fulfil those needs, and then go for it. So in your toolkit, about target markets, there's where to go for more tourism stats. Visit Victoria, the Victorian Government as a whole, Tourism Research Australia, which is the federal organisation, and of course Tourism Australia, and some wine visitation stats from Wine Australia, and information on Visit Victoria's target audience. So the question is, what are people looking for these days? What's the post-COVID traveller wanting? So things have changed a bit. We know that our offering has changed. We know that their travel style has changed. They're willing to explore, pre-book, research. They're doing much more work than they had to before. So last year was about buying things. Who bought heaps of stuff last year online? Took forever to get it delivered, I know. This year is about buying experiences. So people are spending money on the feeling. So who's going to be travelling? Families catching up, first and foremost. Family and friend bubbles, safe. People are still concerned about travel and safety, although these days they're more concerned about being locked out of their home destination than they are about catching COVID. So again, this is fantastic for intra-state travel. So the little situation in Perth, while it's horrible, means that people are going to stay within Victoria for a little bit longer. This extends our opportunity. Digital nomads, people working from the road, van life, it's a thing. So, these people are travelling already. Grey nomads, they're out there, they're not tied down, they've got good income, they've got the time, they're travelling midweek. This is a great market for midweek business. People working from the holiday home, I'm sure you've seen them. And frequent travellers that are more risk tolerant. Why are they travelling? They're travelling to reconnect mainly. To reconnect with nature, to get out into the fresh air again, and this is still true. To reconnect with family and friends, to reward themselves. Go, oh my God, that was so hard. Had a great, recovery, but I need to do something to make myself feel really good. I need to recover. People are travelling because they can. Who took a little trip when restrictions lifted just because you could? Yeah. First thing I did, out to the regions. It's like when the pubs opened in Melbourne. It's like a Wednesday, 12 o'clock, pubs are open. I was there at 12:30. So I was appalled by it because, I'm not normally a Wednesday midday drinker, but it was just because I could, and I loved it. It was fantastic. But people aren't travelling because it's cheap or because they're looking for a bargain. They're looking for so much more than that. So how are they going to be travelling? Like I said, they're doing much more research. They're doing their homework. They're discovering where they want to go. They're discovering what's available. Regional Victoria, for a lot of Melburnians, a key target market, is a massive mystery. They don't know what's out here. So if you're Googling what to do in the Yarra Valley, then like I said, or any region, you're going to get TripAdvisor coming up. People just don't know. So they're researching because they want to know that they're going to have an amazing time. They want to be able to plan and book. I know I do. But they want flexibility. So when I'm travelling around the state doing these workshops, which is amazing, and I'm booking accommodation everywhere I go, and if I can't cancel that accommodation, I don't book it. So if you offer a package which is able to be cancelled, you will get more bookings. It's been proven. And your cancellation can be 48 hours or longer, doesn't matter, but people just see free cancellation and go, yep, that's really important. And people are looking further ahead. Like I said, I'm no longer getting up on a Saturday morning and going, let's go to the Yarra Valley, it'll be great. I love it out there. I'm going, all right, so we're going to go to the Yarra Valley. I know that, Porte's charging, but I don't know how much, and do I need to book in, and I want to go here for lunch, but they're going to be full because everyone's out in the Yarra Valley on the weekend. I'm going to have to plan this, and I want to book it because otherwise, I'm taking friends from somewhere, and I turn up and it's full, I'm embarrassed, it's a horrible day. So I'm planning and I want to book. And more people, particularly internationally, are going to use a travel agent just for their peace of mind. people do have more time and more money after last year. So there's massive pent-up leave and there's massive pent-up spend because people haven't been able to holiday. So people have the time, and now organisations are going to start going, right, you've got too much leave on your books, you've got to take leave, you've got to go. And they've got the money. So I don't know if you've heard the saying, travel like you're overseas. I keep saying to people, do the day tour, buy that bottle of wine, do the stuff that you wouldn't normally do when you're travelling domestically, splash out. This is the time to do it. Where they're going to be going, this will be no surprise, out of the city, away from crowds. They want wide open spaces and also lesser known destinations and also the Yarra Valley because everyone loves it here. So it's deemed safer where there are fewer crowds. And there's going to be the Australian road trip renaissance. Everyone's jumping in the car and heading out, which is really good. What they want, I don't know if you can read this, but activities I will be more likely to engage with because of COVID. Number one, spending time with my family and friends. So again, the visiting friends and relatives market is huge. Taking a road trip, probably to do that. And good food and wine, fantastic. So as a regional destination, we're in a really, really good position to really offer this market something that they can't refuse. Apart from health and safety, like I said, they want flexibility, they want to spoil themselves. McKinsey says, as consumer confidence returns, so will spending, with revenge spending sweeping the globe. And obviously tourism is only one area in which people can spend their cash and their time. So we have to make sure that we're what they choose to spend their money on. They want small group, bespoke experiences to make them feel special. And they want to know where they are. You know, if I go to a regional area, I want to know that what's special about this place. I want to know where I am. You know, if you go to a big shiny hotel, you could be anywhere in the world. People want to know really where they are. And this is really, really important. Travel is a force for good. People are so aware of the impact of travel and of their actions that people are really looking for experiences that give back to the community, give back to the environment, give back some way. So if you're doing any of this, make sure it's up front and centre on all of your communications, on your website, on your ATDW listing. Make sure it's clear. Because if people know that they're spending this outrageous amount of money on an amazing experience, which is worth it anyway, but they know that part of that is going to preserve the wetlands, then it's an absolute no-brainer. So what this means for you, wine and wine tourism businesses, all of you, we're in a really good position, and we're basically all in the wellness industry. So it's something to keep in mind that travel needs to be seen as a positive and a validating experience. So again, if you're just selling a winery tasting, that's not going to cut through. You need to sell your experience that makes it a really, really positive thing. And to be considered by these people who are searching, researching and want to plan and book and know that everything's done, you need to be discoverable and bookable in advance. So this is why we're talking so much about partnering and packaging up. So in the toolkit, there's some information about who's coming and what they want, the post-COVID traveller. Some of those Road to Recovery webinars talking about both international and domestic markets and travel trends. So what I'd like to do now is hand you over to Simon to talk about what Yarra Ranges Tourism is doing to attract people to this region. Has anyone got any questions or comments? Thanks.
Thanks,
Yes.
Tanya. Testing 1, 2, yeah, we're on, good. Firstly, I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners in which we meet, the Wurundjeri people, pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to congratulate Wine Victoria and Wine Yarra Valley in hosting today's session, and well done to Caroline and the team for that. And thank you for asking me to come and speak to you all. Lots of familiar faces in the room, and I think it's just so important now. Yarra Ranges Tourism has been on probably a little bit of a journey as a peak body to help industry for many years now around how we continually evolve our visitor experience. It's not easy when you're promoting a region and you don't control the product. So we rely heavily on the collaborations of all the people in this room and outside of this room to do the job well, to do it world class, and we know that sometimes collaborating sits outside your own business KPIs. So anyway, I'm going to roll into today's presentation. I've overloaded it with slides, and Tanya's going to give me a bit of a no deal if I've got a few things in there that might be stealing her thunder. One of the challenges of trying to organise these sessions independently. I'll just give you a bit of a background if there are some Yarra Ranges tourism novices in the room. Essentially, we are the regional tourism authority for the Yarra Valley and Dandenong Ranges. In essence, we market and sell the region to the visitor, driving economic growth and sustainability. So ultimately, we're about growing local jobs. We do that through our digital marketing, which reaches more than 7 million people annually. Our marketing supports low season and midweek visitations. We've sort of dialed that back a little bit post-COVID, but we're back onto that now with most operators full on weekends again. We have targeted programs for business events, international visitors, weddings. We run digital visitor servicing. You probably saw one of our digital visitor information kiosks as you came in, which all go to help dispersing the visitor to more places more often when they're here. Like all peak bodies, we spend a lot of our time advocating on behalf of the industry issues and raising the opportunities for government investment in key areas where I suppose you would argue there is market failure or need for greater support. And I guess, like all peak bodies, we've got a team of professionals that we think do a pretty bloody good job. Top reasons business work with us? Well, they're committed to working together first and foremost to grow market share of the region. As we've heard, the job to do it alone is just too difficult. Their investment in our marketing activities is leveraged threefold generally, because we get funding from the state government, local government, and of course all of the contributions of all of the partners that we work with. And ultimately they seek to have their business prosper through retention and dispersal of visitors to stay longer and spend more. That's pretty much why you get involved in organisations outside of yourself. And I think it's sometimes good to come and ground yourself back on why you are here today and why you work with others. I'm not going to bore you with all of that, but essentially what our economic impact from last year, Tanya asked me to cover a bit of the economic and the recovery story. We sort of did some economic modelling that modelled 2 recovery scenarios, a slow and a fast one. Essentially, it's probably going to take us 3 to 4 years to get back to where we were in 2019, and we're probably going to see 1 in 4 to 2 in 5 jobs lost in this financial year. We won't go into the difficulty around finding people in cooking and hospitality. But that's sort of the job to be done for all of us, and I suppose going back to your December figures is sort of your yardstick that we're all working to. Our recovery model sort of works on these sort of pillars around business support, safe product supply is really important, and I think the Australian story around our health and hygiene, whilst living in it, many of us haven't liked the stringency. It's going to bode very well for us when it's time to open up our borders, because our safe, secure destination attributes are only being embellished by that. We do marketing and events. We've really advocated hard for tourism infrastructure. We had an announcement the other week that saw about $12.5 million of new infrastructure investments in our region out of a $40 million pool invested by the state government, which was a really massive win for our region in recovery. We do that through advocacy and obviously partnerships we're banging on about all the time. Tanya mentioned the wine example, my fly-ins might not be as slick as perhaps some of hers, but I think when the majority, and this session is being hosted by Wine Victoria, Wine Yarra Valley, many parts of the brand pillar book that I look at too are really concerned with what's in the glass. It's an in-the-glass brand playbook largely. And I suppose it talks about award-winning, progressive, world-class wines. I think what we're here today to talk about is really that our ambition for the Yarra Valley is that it'll be Australia's leading wine tourism experience destination. So we know that the brand pillar is looked at in the glass. What we're really talking about are all of those experiences outside the glass that make the destinational experience of your winery all that much better than someone else's in another region, that aren't as accessible to such a huge population that we have. And I think that's just something to keep coming back to. And that's probably where Yarra Ranges Tourism really sees its role. It's around packaging up, working with the industry to really proposition the reasons that you're coming here. And it's, I suppose from our point of view, and it's not to be against the value of the world-class wine in the glass, but it could be world-class tea in the glass and we would still be promoting the experiences outside of it. And I think that the wine positioning of the Yarra Valley has done an amazing job to get where we are. I think we all acknowledge that we're in an enviable position of many other regions, but as has been discussed, we go to many other regions as travellers ourselves and it's all starting to look the same. And everyone's sort of got the best regional produce on offer. If I look at postcards on a Saturday, most of those segments sort of look the same, just insert different name. So what's really going to set us apart, I think, over the next 5-10 years will be how successfully we can evolve our visitor experiences. So you probably want to ask yourself in your organisations, who is your CEO? And I'm not talking about your chief executive officer, I'm talking about your chief experience officer. And that's going to be crucial if we're going to actually have a big step forward for the Yarra Valley in terms of the renewal of our product that we could probably all appreciate has been probably well and truly up on the pedestal and has well and truly been reached as a benchmark by many other regions around Victoria, if not Australia. I guess I sort of wanted to talk about this as a concept, and that is, as humans, how do we start our learning? Anyone? Observation, maybe. We learn by doing. I mean, that's finger painting. And why do we learn by doing? Because it's more engaging, more memorable, more personal, more community connected, more integrated into people's lives, and it builds our success. And I guess that's what we're looking for in terms of visitor experiences. Wine tourism is essentially an agri-tourism experience. You know, making wine is an agricultural, sits in the agricultural industry. And I think it's worth just trying to understand what wine tourism is, and this can equally apply to you if you're an accommodation operator and you want to leverage off the fact that we're a world-class wine region. But I guess we did some work on a bit of a sort of desktop research paper a little while ago, and wine tourism, you know, when you measure it across the globe, is about the purpose to include tasting, consumption or purchase of wine, often at or near the source, okay? But as we know, a lot of the retail environments, the Dan Murphys, the Liquorlands, they're all getting good at that too. It's visits to wineries, vineyards, restaurants with unique vintages, organised wine tours, wine festivals or special events. And it supports both the supply side of tourism by generating visitor experiences and also the demand side by attracting specific segments of wine tourists. And I'll just go into that a little bit more detail. So when I looked at what wine tourism was across the globe, there's sort of a sense that in the supply side, it's about the open door wine tourism, where you're receiving visitors for tasting and cellar door visits. I think we'd probably all appreciate that's probably an older view of what wine tourism is. Then we move into sort of this concept of learning by doing, or edutainment if you like. It's a little bit more complex. It may involve telling your story, blending sessions, harvesting workshops, vineyard walks. We won't talk about phylloxera, but I think that we could be probably looking outside the square around how we give people experiences on farm, because that's what they're coming here for. And food and wine matching. The harvesting workshop's a really interesting concept too. As an industry, generally, we shut our doors for harvest, and we don't offer. We don't offer an experience around that. If you're interested in wine, that's probably your peak time to engage your audience. If I look around Australia at 3 other regions in harvest, I can generally see other visitor experiences that are packageable and saleable, particularly in the Hunter Valley in particular. And then we move into this concept of integrated wine tourism that involves various visitor attractions on the one site, or may include things like restaurants, hotels, museums or other. But ultimately this can also happen virtually in a region that boasts Healesville Sanctuary, Yarra Valley Chocolatier, the Yarra River, whole range of natural experiences that you can package up in that virtual manner to be an integrated wine tourism experience. Rather than sort of saying, I'm an accommodation operator and, well, you can go over there and sort out a wine experience. Actually, take it on yourself, package something up, and when someone asks to stay for a weekend, upsell them an extra night to try and do the wine experience that you've curated and is available for sale on your website, and vice versa if you're a winery. The demand side, I think this was sort of an interesting concept in terms of who are the wine tourist visitors that we get to our region, and I found this research that sort of broke them into 3 classifications, and you guys could probably argue that that's right or wrong all day, but I thought it was interesting, and I thought it would be great if we could get some consumer research on what percentages of our visitors fit into these categories. But essentially there's a passerby wine tourist. Hey, we're in a wine region, let's do some wineries. They're not particularly that fussed about who they go to, why they go to. They might know a couple of brand names. If they wanted to, they would go to those. Then we move into the wine lover, who's an educated consumer, informed about wine, styles, types of making, regional variances, and they want to seek out the best. And culinary tourists, pursuit of unique and memorable eating and drinking experiences in the region. I have it a guess that I think we've probably got maybe 80% of our visitors maybe fall into that category. What would people... If I said 70%, hands up. 80%? Is it lower? 60%? You're not sure? Not sure. So it's hard part for us around creating wine tourism experiences is thinking about those sort of 3 segments. And this isn't my definitions, it's just some desktop stuff that we've looked at previously. So what's the opportunity? The opportunity really is that the Yarra Valley has an opportunity like no other region in Victoria, if not Australia, to leverage its proximity to Melbourne with some 5 million people. Will be pretty much a mega city within the next 20 years of 10 million people, and the Melbourne airport. And it's established world-class wine brand that is supported by a critical mass of wine tourism destinations for the consumer to visit. So, what else did I want to cover? Why is this important? I don't expect you to read that, but because of our proximity to Melbourne, we don't do great when it comes to average yield. And you might say as a business, our yields are great, we've been growing, but essentially, because of the numbers of day trips that we get, 6 million visitors, it really draws down our average spend per head. So across the state, we're actually the lowest yielding region per visitor. And so we're not going to be able to change our proximity to Melbourne. If anything, Melbourne's going to probably get closer to us and more densely populated. But what we can try and do is increase their yield. We're not going to get new roads built. We're not going to get a freeway to Healesville, you know. It took them 18 months to just do a little safety improvement. Crikey, how long would it take for them to do a freeway if it was on the list? So where we can really do that is trying to extend their stay, okay? There's a simple saying, the slower someone moves, the more they spend. And that's sort of what we're trying to do. And sometimes that's not just about going, okay, well, I'm going to run a 5-hour degustation meal, and that's my wine tourism experience, because sometimes that only gets you still a certain amount of primary spend from your visitor. And what we're trying to do, you've probably all heard of the secondary spend concept. We're trying to get as much of that secondary spend as we can. And so the experience development is really crucial to that. I guess that's my sort of background and why we really feel that this is an important journey for all businesses in the Yarra Valley. And I think, while I think branding in Yarra Valley, I think it's actually really important that we all start landing on the same use of our brand name. And so from a wine perspective, they often use what abbreviation? Yarra. Well, the Yarra, when we talk to visitors, so that Yarra might work in a wine parlance and audience, but when we talk to visitors, the Yarra is the river, or it's the city of Yarra, or it's... And so I think it's just important to think about the right language for the right audience when you're using it. And so equally, using your branding around sticking to the words Yarra Valley from a visitor point of view is really great. The other one is often here, the Valley. Now the Valley, I thought it was a racetrack at Moonee Valley. It could be sort of anywhere. It could be a slum somewhere else in another city. So I think let's hang on our Yarra Valley term and stick with that would be my take. And thinking about how you use even your wine label, I think it's a huge asset to us that every wine that you guys produce has the words Yarra Valley written on it. That has no doubt contributed to the success and reputation of our region, but maybe thinking about how does a wine label help promote visitation, I think is a concept for the future. As branding labels become more stringently controlled by right-wing lobby influence, then we have to sort of think about how things like wine labels might attract visitors. So what do Yarra Ranges Tourism do around our marketing and media? Elva's just left, but we do run, and I'll come back, otherwise she'll say I forgot to mention Go Beyond Melbourne. I guess we've looked at a number of things. We're a distribution platform just like everyone else. To Tanya's point, we developed our regional pantry last year, which distributes a whole range of regional produce and products, but it's another distribution platform. And I really get how difficult it is to be on all platforms all the time, but unfortunately that's just the world we live in, and you've got to try and pick ones that work for you the best and that you can manage. You've really got to adopt a multi-channel approach to your business. Gone are the days of thinking that you can only distribute through your own website, keep your highest margins through your own website, and think that that's a solo strategy that will win against the whole world. To support what Tanya just said about last year was about buying things, our regional pantry had huge success selling a whole range of our experience packs around our trails and the like. This year, it has hardly made a sale because basically people are wanting to come and visit. So we think this will come back, but you just need to be wary of the timing and place of some of these distribution channels. I'll acknowledge Jay because Jay sits on our marketing subcommittee, but Jay came up with the sort of recovery positioning for marketing is really about what our restriction status is, plus your capable product in the region. And we know that many of you are finding it difficult to open through just finding the human resources right now, times the consumer sentiment. And we've been monitoring that really on a weekly basis. We get a lot of important intelligence from Visit Victoria on what the consumer sentiment is. And that needs to be adjusting our marketing plans in a really agile, modular way, we think, for the foreseeable future till we're all let off the leash permanently. So that's been a bit about our approach post-COVID. our influencer programs are a big component of what we do. We see that as a really strong value add to the marketing dollars that we're able to inject into the promotion of our region. It is becoming a more complex landscape. There are more legalities around it now, around what influencers can and can't do. And I suppose, like everything, it's become a professional career in itself. So I guess when we're working with influencers, we know that there's a legal agreement in place. We know there's certain KPIs in place. And we run a sort of quarterly program of influencers. Elva's come back in the room, and I will mention we do run our Go Beyond Melbourne program. And traditionally, the best product packaging happens in the international distribution space because businesses have to stick to a product package with certainty well into the future, up to 3 years really, and stick to pricing, rates and deliverables. And so we've run a number of sort of key packaging workshops for a number of our key markets. And we are lucky here in Melbourne with a 24-hour international airport. If you don't know, Sydney don't have that. And we're really close to the source markets of places like Singapore and Malaysia. Fantastic for midweek travel, as Tanya mentioned. They have school holidays that aren't the same as ours. And it does surprise me, well, it doesn't, but you don't know what you don't know. But it's always amusing to us when operators will say, oh, had the busiest week this week. I don't know where all these people are coming from, but heaps of Malaysians. You wouldn't believe it. I said, oh, just Google school holidays Malaysia. Oh, really? Oh, we didn't really associate that. So, you know, the international program traditionally has been a really important avenue for businesses to augment and elevate their experience offer. But as we know, Australia is a net exporter of travel. So the good oil on all of this is that right now we've got international borders shut, and if we can leverage that domestic spend that's sort of sitting there without, well, it's been chained up for 12 months. The beauty is we're hardwired as humans to spend money, you know. And so people do want to get out there, and that message has come through today. Many of you have participated in this room in our top trails. We think that's been an enormous success over probably seven or so years. We've really adopted a strategic approach to that now because they just continually to yield great results for us and the people that get distributed on them. But as we often say, we can't physically promote every trail every minute of the day. So we do have to take a bit of a segmented approach to the way we do that. But that was the Wander to Warburton Trail. You know, it featured some wine stories, some adventure stories, the nature stories. We had a lot of PR. And they're really great talking points to media influencers and the like about what's different in the Yarra Valley. It's sometimes hard to make it new, but when you package it up in a different way, it looks new. And it looks like we're continually renewing our offer. And I suppose that ultimately is what we're trying to deliver. I'm probably running out of time. I'll go over that. I think we all understand now that the importance of midweek for us. There's some notes on there, but ultimately the take home for you guys is that as I said, we don't control the product, but if we want to increase yield and we want to increase the value of local jobs and profitability of businesses, our space to grow is into the midweek. Other regions just simply can't entertain that because they're too far away from Melbourne. I don't have the answers for you on what the behaviour change of people's working habits is going to be, because if you're anything like my own situation, I'm jammed back into the Monday to Friday pretty quickly and the weekends. But there is a cohort of people, they might be a small percentage of people who can come and travel at their will in midweek, but we do have to understand and trial packages. I think that's the other message. You've got to trial packages before you work out what works, and that's the whole process of the 4 Ps, the 5 Ps, the 6 Ps of marketing. Your price point might stink on some of them. Your value add might stink on others. Your profitability might not work for you on another one. So it does take a bit of time, but All I would do is say, encourage you to look, lift your eyes above the horizon and look outside our region for examples, because there's stacks out there. No, that really translated well to a blown up slide. But what it does probably articulate is this sort of complex matrix of marketing that we've got going as an always-on approach. And when we're trying to attract the interest of the consumer to different renewal, and if you were at the tourism conference last week, it was all about, tell us about the new. I don't probably anchor so much on the new. I think our job is to renew, because we can't just go and build new wineries and new sanctuaries and everything else all the time. So my challenge to you is that packaging is about renewing. And I think that's it. So any questions, anyone?
Those of you who know me will know I've been on this hobby horse for a little while. The Yarra Valley, as you said, how do we define it? Is it the valley? Is it the Yarra Valley? Could I put a suggestion forward to think about? Why would we not consider branding it Melbourne's Yarra Valley? That determines that it is, there's no question where it is. When Melbourne is promoted, the Yarra Valley is automatically a part of it. And as a result of which, we've immediately put ourselves, without any explanation, exactly where we are. And I think that perhaps also takes away the need to explain that we're 1 hour from Melbourne. Are we? The metropolitan region is only 15 minutes away from right here. So we are actually not an hour from Melbourne. We're an hour from the centre of Melbourne. But is not the centre of Melbourne something we don't actually need to promote? We need to promote the association with it. And therefore, if we're Melbourne Yarra Valley, we're not far away, but part of Melbourne. So you don't have to think about how am I going to get there, how long is it going to take me to get there, because the association already tells you you're part of Melbourne. Greater Melbourne, bigger Melbourne, rural Melbourne. But I think, in my way of thinking, it takes away any doubt. Where is the Yarra? Where is the Yarra Valley? No question. It's Melbourne, Yarra Valley. So I just put that up for some thinking about maybe that will help particularly international tourists, or someone who perhaps comes from there, as I say, far north Queensland, who doesn't even know we exist. So
Great endorsement for our marketing strategy, Suzanne. Excellent.
Melbourne is. Melbourne has a reputation that we are very proud to be associated with. It's got a historical reference in world terms. So has the Yarra Valley for Australia's wine industry starting where it did, right here. So all of those associations are pluses in my mind of thinking. And I just think it might simplify things without having to explain exactly that we're 1 hour from Melbourne. 1 hour in some people's mind is a very long way. For a European, 1 hour from Switzerland to Switzerland.
Metro Melbourne, aren't we?
Sorry?
Apparently during COVID we're Metro Melbourne.
Well, something like that too. But I'm just putting it up as a suggestion for discussion because in my mind I think it just simplifies a lot of things and gets to the point quite quickly.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Simon. Thank you. And Simon may or may not be here till lunchtime. If you've got any other questions or want to catch him for anything, then feel free. Okay, so you can see that Yarra Ranges Tourism is going to be a key partner for anything you're doing, keeping them updated. Like Simon says, everyone's looking for something new, a new story to tell. It may not be a new product, but it might be a new experience, a new package. You've got to keep them excited. You've got to feed the chickens, I think they say. Not you, but the media, PR, they're always looking for something new. So, how do you, as an individual business, briefly, stand out from the crowd? So there's something like 29 wineries here today. What makes each of you different? This is really, really important to think through when you've got such a high concentration of wineries in one area. So what makes you different to everyone else? Why will people come to your experience or purchase your product or do your package over and above anything else that's available. So what you're offering that no one else does is defined as your unique value proposition. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this today, and if you want to do more, then the Growing Wine Tourism Program is amazing, and it delves very, very deeply into your whole UVP and what it is you offer that no one else does. Basically, there's what your customer wants and needs, what it is that you do really well, and where they meet, that's a beautiful thing. That's your unique value proposition. Pretty straightforward. So what your customer needs and cares about is probably going to be a whole lot more outside the glass than inside the glass. So it's beyond what's included in your tasting. It's the experience. It's what they're going to get from it. They're looking for discovery. They're looking for pampering, freedom, whatever it is that they want. So their needs aren't to go and try a glass of wine. Their needs aren't necessarily to go and buy a bottle of wine. Their needs are for adventure, escape, renewal, whatever it is. Romance, lovely. And what it is they're going to get from coming to your experience, which doesn't mean they're going to go home with a case of wine. They're going to be excited. They're going to want to tell everybody about it. They want to be satisfied. First and foremost, they want to be satisfied. If I go anywhere, I want to be fairly certain it's going to be a satisfying experience. They want to be happy. I want to be comfortable, comforted often these days. I want to connect, I want memories. People are looking for more than just what's inside the glass. And of course, there's the more practical aspects. Wine's better with food. I don't want to look like an idiot. You know, I'm bringing someone to a wine region, but I don't know a lot about wine, so how do I know I'm not going to be made to look like a fool? That old chestnut, who's going to drive? You know, these are some of the considerations your customer has. I want to discover my own new favourite wineries. I don't want to just go to the same old. So, to develop your unique value proposition, you can work with something we call customer-centric design. And I think everyone does this, but as you're looking to develop new packages and partnerships, it's really important to look at what it is your customers want and how you can satisfy that. So of course this just means building your experience based on your consumer. Pretty straightforward. So, you know, it has to be what you can offer and authentic to what you can offer, but also covering their needs. You need to know what they want, but it also means if you're clear about what you can offer and you can answer those needs, then you can get to those customers more easily, more cheaply, more efficiently. And customer-centric brands are 60% more profitable, they tell me. So there's a link there to that stat. So the way we're going to look at your unique value proposition today is, what do you do really well? What are the moments you offer that surprise and delight? So this is something you're already doing, but the question is, do you know what it is? So we were up in the high country doing a workshop in Rutherglen, and the B&B I stayed at had a little decanter of muscat. You know, you could just help yourself. Fantastic. Oh, great, this will be nice. Had a little bit. And it was amazing. So the fact that that was a quality experience was like really cool. It was fantastic. So what are the things you do that are unexpected and provide that feeling of, wow? Do you know what they are? Do you know what they are? What makes you stand out in what you're offering? Can you easily articulate it? Can you say, this is what we stand for? This is what sets us apart from everyone else? And can everybody else in the room articulate what makes you special? Because if I'm at a winery and I say, look, this is amazing, I've really enjoyed this, but I love a unfined Pinot, and you go, oh yeah, place down the road's what they do really, really well. So if you know what everyone else is offering, then you can recommend, you can send people on. So knowing what you stand for means you can carve out a place within this pillar, within this region, and you can all have your own little area. And your special thing may not be wine related. I know we're a wine region, but it's all about the experience outside the glass. So it's probably already established, and it may well not be what you think it is. When I was working at Shandon a while ago, De Bortoli's was the only place you could go and take a picnic. And to do that, you'd had to buy a bottle of wine. So everyone went to De Bortoli's for a picnic. And of course, the views are stunning. And the wines are amazing. And they sold a heap of wine because of it, and food. But the reason people went was not for the wine. It was for the picnic. So what is it, outside of what's in the glass, that makes you special? So we're going to do a little exercise. What I'd like you to do is talk to the person next to you. It has to be from a different business to yours, okay? And then find out what it is that they want to own, what they want to be known for. And then I'm going to come back to you and ask a few of you just to stand up and talk very briefly and clearly about the business next to you and what it is they're known for. So what I don't want to hear is we're a family-owned vineyard. I don't want to hear about the wines that you make or the grapes you grow. And I don't want to hear that you're beautiful, that you're a very picturesque vineyard. That's everybody. That is not going to make you stand out. So I'm looking for something else. So I'll give you 5 minutes, talk to somebody next to you, and then we'll come back and get some people to share. So how did you all go with that? That's good. It's hard work. Difficult to do. Oh, fantastic. That's great. And it's so much easier to talk about someone else's business than it is to really nail your own. It's fantastic. Alrighty, everyone. That's been 5 minutes, so it's not long. Not long to talk about two individual businesses unless you already have a clear position carved out. So the fact that there's so much chatting going on gives me an indication that that's not the case. Who found that really hard to do? And I've done a few of these workshops, and on the whole, it's been very hard to do, particularly in the regions with a lot of smaller family-owned vineyards. It's what they hang their hat on, and it's very hard to think beyond that. So any volunteers to stand up and talk about the business next to them and what makes them special? Anyone keen to do that? Great.
This is Emma from the High Tea District.
Oh, I've seen that. I stalked your website.
And Emma offers a range of unique and personalised high tea experiences. So she offers high teas that can be done in the store in warm form, or can be personalised for an experience with partners in the Yarra Valley, accommodation partners in the vineyard. And she has a very cool igloo experience, which is literally a portable igloo which can be set up in a vineyard or in a garden with a high tea set up inside, all personalised, highly personalised for your customers.
Fantastic. So that sounds pretty unique. Yeah, that's great. And what I really liked about your website is that you will go to people. And I think there's a lot to be said about going to taking an experience to people. I think that's a really, really great thing. Anyone else willing to stand up and share? Yep, lovely.
Hello. I have Glenda next to me. Glenda and her husband run the Hillsville Motel. I think one of the unique things about them running the hotel is they do a quick gauge, a quick 5-second gauge of the person coming in the door to find out what they think they might be after. So it might be the great nomad, it might be the millennial couple getting away for a secret weekend, it might be mum and dad getting away from their family for the weekend. But after a few pertinent questions, Glenda's very good at sussing out what they're after. And also because Glenda and her husband have been from the Murray area. How long have you been here? 3 years. Glenda and Neil go out and experience things around the Yarra Valley themselves. So they go to the small wineries, they go to the restaurants, they go to the whatever, so they can then personally recommend the fact that this is a particularly good place. They're developing their hotel to be, people have had a busy day visiting wineries, so they've got a beautiful garden area that they're developing, so people can have a picnic box or a glass of wine. They're fully licensed, so they can actually offer wine to guests. So they've got some great things to offer.
Great. You see, the hard thing sometimes is how do you bring that into one sentence or a couple of sentences? How do you encapsulate that into what you're offering so that people go, oh, right, that's right, I know if I go there, they will send me to the right places. Or, if you're talking to grown nomads, they've already picked out a few places and they're looking for you to make it easy. Anyone else? Yes, okay.
Tanya, I was talking with these lovely guys, Stacey and Beck from Oak Ridge, and trying to work out what their unique value proposition is. And sustainability is a big thing for their vineyard. They actually are composting, they're growing cover crops, which are actually then served in the restaurant, like peas and radishes. The chef is making cheese and charcuterie products on site. So we move to, how can we promote and tell the customer to prefer this vineyard and to come and taste these goods that are at source. And we talked about maybe doing some unique wine tasting with charcuterie, which wine would you blend, would you have with these homemade cheeses or charcuteries. I guess when you do identify something that you have that's so different, then the next thing is how do you put it on paper to get, I'm not talking 2 lines here, I'm talking how do you get the customer to understand how is this that how they can experience the sustainability of the Yarra, but at least they've identified what they think is some key features.
Yeah, fantastic. If I know I'm going somewhere for a fun day lunch and outstanding food in my experience, and I know that's giving back to the environment or the community, then I'm more than happy to spend that money because I feel like it's going to good. So, like you say, how you express that is an ongoing discussion, but bringing it up front and centre and saying that, if you spend this much, you'll be supporting 20 pumpkin plants, I don't know, something. But do you know what I mean? If you can make it a direct impact of your visit, then people go, hey, wow, I just planted, 10 gum trees that are going to regenerate the, I keep talking about wetlands, I don't know why. But, do you know what I mean? That's having a direct impact on the environment or whatever is great. Yeah. Tat.
So I've got Vanessa and Rachel here from Yarra Station. Just putting myself in as a customer to say, pretending I've just visited their property, to think that I've just actually been to the first place, the first vineyard that was planted in Victoria. Not only did I have an incredible experience with the service and the personalised journey throughout the winery. I had an incredible premium lunch and wine offering, incredible gardens and architecture around the property, but I was really at the heart where this all started for the region. And not only do they respect the history and where they've come from, but they have a very contemporary, modern look for the future and also focus on sustainability. But just coming back to the fact that that's at the heart of the history.
It's a great way of putting it. This is where it all started. If you can own that, then that's fantastic. People go, oh wow, this is where it started, and then they look deeper and go, oh my God, look at this, it's amazing. But the first thing is, what's in the window, and that is that these are the first grapes planted in the Yarra Valley or Victoria. This is where it all started. So that's a really nice opening salvo that'll draw people in through the door. Nice. Thanks. Yep.
So I had a chat with Hugo from Innocent Bystander. Innocent Bystander, I'm sure everyone is very well aware of, but an urban cellar door offering unexpected, shareable and repeatable experiences for their customer in a relaxed environment. Really wanting to create that community of bystanders and that feeling of belonging and that's about it. Yeah, offering a variety of wine and of course a beautiful quality wine.
Yes, of course. Yes, I think particularly the Moscato, surely.
We do Moscato very well.
Yeah. And it may not be
well in this room.
I know. But look, if you own Moscato from the Yarra Valley, then great. What the hell? Why not? If it gets people in your door. So I go for the pizzas. It's so another way to look at there. A few other ways to get to the heart of what brings people into your cellar door, apart from just asking them, of course, is to think about how would you describe or how would you get people to name your business without you naming it? How would you get people to say, oh, you must be from wherever because this is what you do? So it's a way of getting clear on what that particular position is. Or asking your locals or your regulars, why do you come all the time? When I was back at Shandon, all of our visiting, so many VFR, visiting friends and relatives, people would come because they wanted to show off to their friends and relatives who'd come from overseas or whatever. A number of times we had people asking, can I have a table by the window because I've got people from overseas? Like, if we could, we would, really, really we would. But we were just the place that people took their friends and relatives. Now, we couldn't really market to that, it's kind of difficult. But that was our particular UVP back then. So at another workshop, a winery owner who had a beautiful winery experience. It was great, hard to differentiate a bit. And his mate next to him said, I come to you for the dumplings. And that was it. That's what set him apart from all the other wineries in his region were his dumplings. Fantastic. It's kind of all you need. Anyone else willing to share? Yeah.
Taylor. So, I was having a chat with Donna, and so we tried to put a little elevator
pitch together.
Pitch together. So, Donna's works for a zoo-based conservation organisation. They're committed to a future rich in wildlife through connecting with community. To do that, they offer close and interactive experiences with native animals, as well as a suite of activities that allow a broader and deeper engagement in the life and habits of the animals.
Well done.
Very nice.
He's going to eat that email.
If things don't work out in this bystander, you've got yourself a job. Very nice, absolutely. And so far away from where a zoo, you know, or a sanctuary, you know, that's so far away from that, because that's kind of you're inside the glass, but this is what's outside the glass. It's connection with animals, it's conservation, it's the future is really, really important. So yeah, nicely done. Up the back.
I had the pleasure of talking to Kathy Phelan from Sutherland Estate, and I did exactly what you suggested. I told her what I know about her business,
Yeah.
and that helped her work out what her USPs are. I think Sutherland Estate is the only place in the Yarra Valley you can stay in a turret.
You can stay and...
In a turret.
Oh, stay in a turret. Oh, yeah, cool.
I know,
Yeah.
it's so cool. And so it's therefore it's ideal for romantic getaway couples. The fact that they've grown two wine varietals, they're very a lot of people in the Valley of the Road. They have Tempranillo and Revert Stranda. I think there's only one other place growing Reverts on the other side of the valley. So, you know, that in itself is completely exciting and unique. I mean, you could exist off that. And you could stay in a turret.
Yeah, no, that's totally true. And if I was a travel agent, I'd be doing itineraries by Instagram, if you like. I would just have a series of photos and say, this is where you go to get this photo. And this is where you go to get this photo. And this is where you go to get this photo. And that's a full itinerary. And people will be like, yep, sign me up. So don't underestimate the importance of having a shot, any image, which is instantly recognisable as your property, your image. You know, the chocolaterie and that beautiful sculpture out the front, or whatever it is. So if you can create that money shot, if you like, and own it, then that's really, really worthwhile. Yeah. Cool. Great. Anyone else? One more? All right, thanks, Dave. One.
I had the pleasure of speaking with James from Yarra, and although his initial response was, we're everything that Tony said we're not allowed to talk about.
Yeah.
We sort of looked into that, and although they are in a very pleasant position at the moment of being booked out for weekends in advance, because it's a very small cellar door, James was talking about some of the things they do with opportunities for the kids. So they've got enough space outside that they used to have footballs and things that the kids can kick around and take up time. Obviously, the logo of Mandala is Mandala, so there's the option of kids colouring and being able to give them textures and the mandalas to colour, and they've done activities before over Easter where they've had Easter hunts and you've been able to actually create your own mandalas and those sorts of things. And I just thought the USP of really looking at how families can be occupied while the parents are tasting wine, it's critical for anyone that has kids who are bored senseless by being in a winery. So I thought that was something that once things calm down again and there's the opportunity to look at how to redevelop that is actually something to hang your hat on.
Yeah, totally, absolutely. Friends of mine used to pay their kids $2 per winery, so the kids are shut up a bit. But no, there's somewhere you can go that the kids will be entertained. That means you can relax and enjoy lunch and some wines, then that's great. Yeah, really important. Was someone going to say something? Sorry, Di, I can't hear.
I have a product development suggestion.
Oh, yes.
I'd love for someone to take up,
yeah.
Which is to sell ice cream at the winery. So you become the winery with the ice cream. It doesn't go off, it just stays in the freezer. You get something decent quality. The kids eat the ice cream while the parents drink the wine. Everyone's happy.
Yeah, ice cream is such a gathering force, and I don't think you need to be limited to one a day. You know, you do a couple. Great, there you go. Put ice cream in. Simon.
Quickly, I know we're sort of trying to get people to think outside the square a bit, but
outside the glass.
Cover it, but, if they go on to ultimate winery experiences, which is sort of the peak wineries in Australia that choose to invest and participate with Tourism Australia, go on and have a look at their experiences. I think that's a good starting point for sort of seeing where, I suppose, those that have been in it maybe longer and harder and internationally based are sort of pitching some of their experiences. But
yeah.
Mona have a number of them, and they're really well priced.
Yeah, they're beautiful packages and they're very aspirational. Again, these are the best, supposedly, of the Australian wine industry. You know, these are creating the idea of what the Australian wine industry can deliver. So beautiful, high-end, pre-bookable, commissionable packages. I think I've got a slide I'll pull up later on that shows some of those examples because they are gorgeous. Do we have the people from Peaches and Pinot here? Yeah, that was fantastic. Again, I was looking at your website and I did some research because I'd heard this, but 60% of Australian families have dogs, 37% have kids. So if you're going to choose between being kid-friendly and dog-friendly, you know, maybe consider being dog-friendly. Why not? Opens up some new opportunities. So the idea of this is to make you start to think about your experience and what can make you stand out from the others in searches. How do you articulate that? And how do you communicate it? Make sure everyone else knows what it is that you want to own so that when people come in and ask them, they know where to send people. So it can be a bit of a creative process, but it's really important that you can all have your own space that you can own in the region. Okay, so in the toolkit, there's a link to the Growing Wine Tourism Program. Like I said, they do great work on developing your UVP. ATEC have a beautiful webinar on mapping your customer journey if you really want to get into this stuff, about how they find you, how they see you, how you appear, their experience. And Visit Victoria do a beautiful tourism excellence program. This covers a number of areas, and there is an online module on understanding visitor needs. So if you do want to look a little bit more closely at what people need and how to find that out, then that's a really lovely online training program. Di, did you want to talk any more about that?
There's 4 of the excellence guides that are all available on the Visit Vic corporate site. So it's everything from business excellence, marketing excellence, and people excellence and visitor needs. So they're not program, it's for documents that you can have a look at and give you a whole lot of information and refer out to a whole lot of up-to-date resources.
Fantastic. So there's a link to that in the toolkit. All right, well done, everyone. That's great work. It's lunchtime. Fantastic. You deserve it. So, 12:30. If we can be back here at 1:30, like I said, get outside, get some fresh air. Now, there's food in next door. If you'd like to refill your water bottle, they'll do it for you at the front desk. I think that seems to be the easiest way to do it. And again, just try not to overcrowd the lunchroom here. Everything's pre-packaged, ready to go. And back here at 1:30. Thanks.
Thank you.
Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back. We're going to grab a seat and we'll move into the next part of the presentation. Thanks, girls. Alrighty. So what we're going to talk about now is a bit more of the nuts and bolts. If you want to put together an experience or a collaborative package and you want to be found and bookable before people travel, then there are ways to do this, and there are people that will help you do it and do it for you, which is the most important thing. So we're going to talk about the tourism distribution chain, which I think is probably almost identical to the wine distribution chain. So you'd have wine retailers and wine wholesalers, I'm thinking. Yep. And so tourism is no different to wine in that regard. There are some slight differences, though, we'll go through. So direct to business is what we all want, of course. People coming straight to our business. We get 100% of the margins. We get to control them. We know they've had the right messaging. We love direct business. It's fantastic. But it's limited to the people that we can reach. And our reach, in the scheme of things, is tiny. And if you're waiting until people are here in the Yarra Valley, it's too late. You've got to get to people before then. So if you're trying to extend your reach to people who are searching for the destination, it gets more expensive to reach them. And the further away they are, generally, the more expensive they are to reach. So to expand your reach, you can work with partners, the tourism distribution chain. So if you Google the tourism distribution chain, you'll get something like this. Don't worry too much about it, it's not that complex. It's pretty easy. The tourism industry is really well set up with what we call intermediaries, the wholesalers, the retailers, the people who will be between you and your customer. It's called the distribution chain, and there are a limited number of key players. So you don't have an infinite number of people to work with. There's a few key partners you can work with who will cover almost all of what you want to do. And these partners will distribute, sell your product for you, or your experience, or your package. So they will do this for you at no cost. Talk a bit more about that in a moment. So these people are out there. They're looking for new experiences and products to sell. They're desperate for something new and exciting, and they're really looking for something that's going to work for them. So this is a chance to put something together, try it out, see what happens. So let's walk through the tourism distribution chain. It's the easiest way to make sense of it. So let's say you decide you need a holiday. You all need a holiday. And I'm going to do this as if you're overseas and coming to Australia, because it's a bit easier to do it that way. So let's say you're in England, you definitely need a holiday to Australia. So you'll go into a retail travel agent, somewhere on the high street in London or Manchester, wherever you are. Retail travel agents everywhere. Very, very convenient place to go shopping for the world. And they sell everything. So you've seen your local flight centre shop, and they sell Africa and Asia and the USA, everything. But the retailers don't actually know that much. While they sell the whole world, they sell from brochures that have been put together by what we call wholesale agents. So these wholesale agents are kind of like consolidators, if you like, and they are the market experts. So in the UK, there are a few wholesale agents that specialise in Australia. That's all they do. So they're based in the same country as the retailer. And they know all about the destination that they're selling, and they put together these brochures and distribute them to their preferred retail agents. Pretty straightforward. Some specialise in different market segments. Like I said, they certainly specialise in geographic destination. And those wholesalers, depending on how they operate, will then either book directly with you as a tourism business. So if I've walked into my local retail agent and say, I want to go to Australia, and they'll say, great, here's a couple of brochures, have a look, let us know what you want. And so I'll go back in a couple of days later and say, I want this hotel and this tour and this attraction. And they'll say, yep, no problem. Come back tomorrow. And they will then send that itinerary through to the wholesale agent who's put that brochure together. The wholesale agent, depending on who they are, will either then contact every business to make all the bookings for that itinerary. A little bit painful. So a lot of the time, they will send one communication to an inbound tour operator who's based here in Australia. The inbound tour operators started up when international communication was really expensive. So for the wholesaler, it was too expensive to send individual faxes to all of the product in Australia to make bookings. So they'd send one fax to the inbound tour operator here in Australia, and then the inbound tour operator would make all the bookings and then confirm back. So when the internet came up, everyone said, oh, great, that'll be the end of the inbound tour operator. We don't need them anymore. It's easy to communicate internationally. As it turns out, they're still really, really important to the industry. So they, for international visitors, will book then directly with you. So inbound tour operators do more than just make bookings. They'll plan and put together itineraries for sale in these international markets. So if you've got the ultimate Yarra Valley experience and an inbound tour operator sees that and goes, this solves all of my problems and all of the problems of my Brits who want to come here and do a Yarra Valley experience, then they'll put that itinerary together and send it through to the wholesaler. Your work is done. They look for new products, new businesses. They're all, like I said, they're always looking for something new and exciting. Because there's multiple inbound tour operators, it's very competitive. The other thing they do is obviously make bookings for their overseas clients, and they manage the payments for overseas clients. So if you are working through an inbound tour operator, it's an easy way to get money from overseas to you, because it's just a domestic bank transfer. So inbound tour operators are a really, really important step for internationals coming to Australia. And they can specialise in markets. Obviously, they're a China specialist inbound tour operators, or some are very, very high-end, for example. There are some even that specialise in wine. And the nice thing about talking to inbound tour operators is if you do want to look at international markets, they'll get your experience into all of those markets without you having to do anything. They're sending out information to their wholesalers who are then talking to their retailers. You don't have to leave home, but they will distribute your experience for you. And it doesn't cost you anything until somebody makes a booking. And even if somebody makes a booking and you've costed it correctly, it still doesn't cost you anything. So why wouldn't you? Put a great package together, send it out, you're losing nothing. And then at the end of the chain is you, of course. So that's a relatively simple and straightforward representation of the tourism distribution chain. Each link has its role. It's not always quite so straightforward. We, of course, have online travel agencies that go directly between consumers and you. Fantastic, they can be really useful. People can obviously just book a night's accommodation, for example, or they can book an entire itinerary through online travel agents if they want to. They're great for people who know what they want. Really good, simple, very convenient, beautiful booking experience, usually. But they have very limited interaction with the people who are booking with them. So if your experience is a little bit niche or a little bit different, then it may not be the right channel for you. So I work for another client on the Great Ocean Road, and they've got a beautiful eco-lodge. It's absolutely stunning. But it's not your normal hotel. And so they've never gone through online booking agencies because they need to explain to people what the experience is like. Because otherwise people will come, have a horrible time, and it'll go badly. So there it is, relatively straightforward. Sometimes steps are skipped. Some retailers go straight to inbound tour operators and some sailors book directly with product. It doesn't really matter. The question is that these people are pretty well established, and if somebody comes to you and you don't know who they are, just ask. Ask me, ask your RTB, ask Visit Victoria, and they'll be able to let you know which one of these links in the chain these people are. Pretty straightforward. But these intermediaries don't do it just for love. There's got to be something in it for them. So each link, each partner takes about 10% cut on the package that you're offering. But the consumer needs to be able to buy that package at the same price regardless of where it's sold. So you can't take a package you've already got out domestically, whack a margin on top of it, and then try and sell it through distribution partners, because they'll just be like, no, that's not the way it works. So when you're building a package or an experience or collaborating, build in these costs. Simple. Then it doesn't matter on which channel or through which channel somebody buys this package or experience, you know that your costs are covered. So it's a bit like the old days, I think, where wine used to be a bit cheaper at the cellar door. Remember those old days, or am I showing my age? But nowadays, it can't be. You can't afford to undercut your retailers because they get really annoyed. It's exactly the same in tourism. So, as an example, You've got a package or an experience worth $100, straightforward. And you sell this to an inbound tour operator. He says, I've got somebody who wants to book this package. You say, yep, there it is. That'll be $75. The inbound tour operator passes it on to the wholesale agent who's requested it and say, yeah, here's this package, it's beautiful, you love it. That's $80. And they've kept $5. The wholesale agent then goes to the retailer who requested it in the first place, said, yeah, here's this fantastic package, your clients will love it, it's beautiful, that's $90, please. So the wholesaler's got their 10% as well. And the retailer sells it to the consumer as part of their itinerary for $100, and they've kept their little 10% as well. It's pretty straightforward. Like I said, it can chop and change a little bit. If a retailer sells it directly to a consumer, which can happen in some markets, they keep $20, but their cost of sale is usually higher. And these commission rates or net rates are fairly well established across the industry. So you don't have to make these up yourself. You don't have to try and work it out. So direct, you're paying no commission on anything. That's why we love it. You get 100% of the revenue. It's fantastic. If a retail travel agent sells for you, like some visitor information centres do this, they'll sell packages. They keep 10% of your package price and you get the rest. You get 90%. A wholesale agent will of course keep 20% and you get the other 80%. You can see where this is going. Inbound tour operators usually get 25% commission. They would tell you 30%. There's no RTOs here, so I can say this. 25% for your businesses is plenty. If you're a massive hotel chain, there might be some wiggle room there, but 25% is plenty for them. And then your online travel agency, depending on who they are, will take between 10 and actually 25%, depending on their model. So it's all standard, pretty straightforward. So something to keep in mind is that if you're working through distribution channels, it doesn't mean that all of your bookings for a particular experience are going to come through a distribution channel. So you're not going to be paying full commissions on all of these package sales. Consider it a marketing cost that you only pay if somebody makes a booking. So how many people, if you're looking for accommodation, for example, search online and then book directly? I do, everywhere. I'll look on booking.com and Airbnb, I'll look for the best reviews on Google, and then I will book directly. So you can have your package out there in all of these places and you still may not have to pay anything. But if those accommodation houses weren't listed on booking.com, and it's a sticky area, we don't want to get into that today, on some of these online retailers, I wouldn't know about them and they would not be in contention. Some will book through them, some won't. It just hugely increases your reach. So this is TripAdvisor. TripAdvisor's spend in 2019, $672 million. And that's a massive drop over the last 2 years before that. So if you're not on TripAdvisor and somebody's Googling what to do in the Yarra Valley and you know that they're the second result that comes up, then you're not in contention for somebody who's coming to this region and wants to plan and wants to book. You can't outspend that. You can't spend enough in your AdWords to make up for that. So like I said, you can't just add a margin to the top of your normal rate. If you've already got a $50 package, you can't just go, right, we'll add $20 on that and then try and sell it through Red Balloon. It's not the way it works. So you've got to cost it in. So the way to do it, start with your net costs and then work up. What does it cost you to actually deliver the package? And then put your margins on top of that before you arrive at your retail rate. And remember that all of these partners are working on a percentage. So if you've got a package or an experience for $15, they're not interested because they're making $1.50 a person. No thanks. If you've got a tasting experience for $490, then they're like, oh yeah, I can work with that. Fantastic, that's worth my while. And even if nobody books it, at least it's out there and you're being seen and being discovered. So don't be afraid to be expensive. Some people will always book direct. So I've put together a little example just to look at how you might put a package together. Don't get too hung up on the numbers. You'll be pleased to know that this is a Yarra Valley example that I've been using all the way around. So the businesses who have got together to put this experience together want more midweek business. That's their main business issue, probably pretty common. Their UVPs, or what they do really well, is that one of them has the most amazing Instagrammable barrel hall. So to get that photo of a dinner set up by candlelight in the barrel hall, that's that itinerary by Instagram thing. People want that shot. So that's a massive selling point. The accommodation they're working with is also glorious. Fantastic photos, very romantic. And we know that one of the great advantages of this region is that you're close to home. Really, really close. So we're going to put together a package picture, because it's all about getting that picture, the perfect getaway. So this is a one-night getaway that's going to bring you memories for years to come. You know, this is a perfect proposal package. You know, people will pay whatever you ask for this sort of stuff. Minimum number's 2, maximum number's 2. Call me old-fashioned. And it's only available Monday to Thursday nights. Starts at like 6 p.m, finishes at 8 a.m. So this is something people can do after work and before work. A little weekend getaway. It's like this little small but perfectly formed holiday. So we're going to include one night accommodation twin share. Now I'm doing a costing in this per person. So the accommodation will actually be $260 for the night, obviously. There's a 3-course dinner in the barrel hall for $60, including wines. There's a staff cost, of course, transfers to and from the accommodation, and a breakfast basket in the hotel. So the net cost to deliver that package is $318 per person. So then, if I want to put this on Red Balloon, I need to make sure that I have 25% margin in there so that when they sell it, I'm getting my costs back. Because what we don't want is a lost leader, like Simon was talking about. So, to add or to allow for 25% commission in my final pricing, I have to put a 33% margin on top of that package. Took me ages to work that out, but there it is, all done for you. So it means the gross cost, the total cost, including margin per person, is $426.12. Not a very saleable price. So my retail cost for this is going to be $435 per person. There it is. Now I know that wherever that is sold, I'm going to make my money on that, you know. How much will you make? Depends who sells it. So if they come directly, because they've seen it on TripAdvisor or Viator and think, wow, this looks amazing, they come directly, you're going to make $117 a person. So the 2-person package, nice, it's worth doing. If a retail travel agent or an information centre sells it, you make $73. 20%, you make $30, and 25% commission if Red Balloon does sell it, then you're not making a whole lot. It's a pretty skinny margin. But again, what I put to you is that people will see this on Red Balloon. And they might book through them, but they otherwise might come direct. And unless they've seen it, they won't know it exists. And people will always book directly. They'll always book through a range of channels for any package. So let's say you've sold 14 of these packages across different channels. Your average profit for each person will be $76. That's probably worth doing. So that's the tourism distribution chain in a nutshell. So it's fairly straightforward. In the toolkit, there's a webinar again from ATEC about why being pre-bookable is really, really important. There's that package costing template with some formulae already in it, so you don't have to work that stuff out. The average profit calculator, and also some rate sheet templates. So if you do put together a package and you want to make sure you've got all of the information you need for that package to go to a distributor, like an inbound tour operator. It's just a checklist. You need, where you are, your contact details, reservation details, accounting details, all that sort of stuff. So there's just a handy checklist for that. So, any questions about that? Any comments from people who are already working the chain? Does it seem straightforward enough? Doable? And if you're working through distribution partners because you've priced your experience correctly, like I said before, people can be finding you from Singapore or from Sydney or from Melbourne, or even eventually in the UK, they will find you and in ways that they couldn't find you before. And it doesn't cost you anything. That's what gets me. Why the hell not? Do it. Give it a go. If it doesn't work, you haven't lost anything. You've probably found some eyeballs at the very, very least. So why not give it a go? This is the time to experiment. So when international does come back with all that pent-up time and pent-up money, you have these amazing, immersive experiences ready to go. And they're like, great, I'm in Melbourne, I've been here before, I need a 2-night experience in the Yarra Valley. Oh my God, look, here it is. And I can book it right now. You'll be so ready. It'll be fantastic.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, Albert, please.
Some of the ITOs, which used to just sell internationally, they're selling domestically now. So you may not have to wait till borders are open. Your same inbound tour operator that you might link with might be selling to a whole suite of virtuoso, high-end travel agents interstate. So your package still would get sold, but the commission would be the same. It is a good time to try and practice and make those contacts.
Absolutely, and the inbound tour operators, they're the source of knowledge. They will tell you pretty quickly if what you're offering is going to suit their market, and that level of expertise is fantastic. So why not give it a try? Trial some stuff, see what works. And like I said, your average, if people are pre-booking, you've got time to sort out the accommodation, to staff it, to make sure you've got the food and drink you need. This is way better than having 200 people turn up on a Saturday afternoon that you can't service. Might as well get people locked in, high yield, at the time of the year and time of the week when you need them. Give it a go. Okay, so there are all these partners out there that'll help you package up, that'll help you promote your package, your experience, and to sell it. Been through a few of those. How do you get in touch with all of these people? So to connect with your... Oh, I've lost a slide. Connecting with packaging partners, that's pretty straightforward. It's going, I've always wanted to put a package together with, this winery or this accommodation provider. Get on the phone, get in touch. Particularly if they're here, they'll understand how you need to create that, what the pricing needs to look like. You're already underway. There's already itineraries put together in the 5 pillars assets. So some of this work's they've already been identified for you. So pretty straightforward. And as part of the information that I send out after today, you'll get a list of everyone who is here today. It's a good starting point. So connecting with these distribution partners who can get your product out to market. First thing I would recommend is you subscribe to your regional tourism board, and they will keep you up to date with what's happening with Visit Victoria, with ATEC events, Tourism Australia events. They're kind of like your channel in to what's happening in the tourism trade area. You can of course liaise directly with online retailers like Red Balloon or RACV and their booking channel Experience Oz. And in the toolkit, there's contact details there and there's lists on how to do it. Pretty straightforward. You sign up with TripAdvisor and Viator. Like I said, as we saw before, most of you are on TripAdvisor. That's really fantastic. And if you're not on TripAdvisor, you're kind of hidden. And Viator is TripAdvisor's experience booking arm. So that's where you need to provide a commission to be booked through them. And that, again, has to be a business decision if you want to go down that track. But it helps if people have seen you on TripAdvisor, seen all your reviews, it's fantastic. And if they can go book now, and you've got a package on there which is high-end and really cool and again, you've lost nothing. You know, so long as you've priced it correctly, that's great. And become a member of a touring route. So for this region, we have Go Beyond Melbourne. So touring routes are largely internationally focused organisations, and it's their job to drive visitation into regional Victoria. And Go Beyond Melbourne is a suite of 4 regions, obviously Geelong and the Bellarine here, Phillip Island and the Mornington Peninsula. And the touring routes are actively working internationally, talking to the people who are selling Australia, talking about new experiences, talking about new regions. So for Go Beyond Melbourne, Alva's actually here, if you want to put your hand up, Alva. And if you want to become a part of the touring route, it's part of what Yarra Ranges Tourism is offering. So if you sign up with Yarra Ranges Tourism, then you get access to the touring route. But they're in market, talking to the people selling Australia. It's a really, really easy way to take your first steps into the international market. Did you want to add to that? And this isn't a spruiking, this is not a sales, but does that sort of cover?
Yeah, I think help is at hand, I suppose, when you're trying to work out what can my package be, what can I offer. I really only want to deal with 1 or 2 high-end channels, or here's my business hour, which ones would you suggest I link with first? Would you help me put together my rate sheet? Would you advise me on which of these works? That's what I do. I also know who might be the relevant contacts that you should be talking to, because there's like 200 inbound tour operators. You don't want to connect with them all first.
Very far.
Maybe we pick 1 or 2 high-end inbound tour operators, and we see if they will love your product and adopt it into the inventory they're recommending to their wholesalers and overseas customers. So you're not alone. I'm here, and that's exactly what I do as part of Go Beyond Melbourne. But in order to play with Go Beyond Melbourne, you need to become an international partner, I think it is. It's a certain tier of membership of Yarra Ranges Tourism. And then everything you get to Go Beyond Melbourne is free. You get into our website, you get into our trade manual, you're onto our touring map, and you get mentoring with Yarra Ranges Tourism and with me. There's only one person who works on the ground with Go Beyond Melbourne, and that's me. So I'm the one that goes overseas, I'm the one that talks to all the businesses, so it's a funnel, I guess.
Yeah.
An easy way to take your first step. And
It is.
I'd like to talk. Some of you are already part of Go Beyond Melbourne, but you perhaps haven't extended yourselves to take advantage of everything I can offer. Actually, is Grant still here? Oh, he's a good example. He knows everything I can offer because he's done the whole thing. It's rate sheets, he's liaised with inbound tour operators, but he started at base level, and that's where I'd love to take everyone here.
Alva's knowledge and experience is superb, incredible, and to have someone available to this region is amazing. So if you do want to look at taking some first tentative steps, don't do it on your own, get help. There are people here who are doing it. Alva can take you by the hand, and it's like a shortcut. She'll say, talk to this person, offer them this sort of package at this price. It makes it so much easier. So if you're looking at it, then touring routes are a great way to start. We've talked about the Australian Tourism Data Warehouse, which is really, really hard to say, especially quickly and many times in a row. So make sure you're listed on the ATDW. Is everyone on the ATDW? I hope. Okay. If you aren't, this is the one thing you have to do when you go home. Get yourself listed on the ATDW. It is the central repository for Australian tourism content. So this is where Wine Vic pulls all their content from. It's where Visit Victoria pulls their content from the RTB as well, and also a whole range of tourism sites around the world. So if you want to be discoverable, you need to be on the ATDW. And currently, until the end of June this year, you can list for the next 12 months for free. So just do it. It's fantastic. Normally it's $250 or $80 a year. But if you get in touch with Yarra Ranges Tourism, and there's a link in the toolkit, they will send you a voucher so you can sign up for free. Just make sure you're there.
It's good for events too, just to mention as well. Like, it's not just one listing that lists your, but you can list a range of products. I know for Hills of Sanctuary, we've got our VIP tours and close-up encounters, and we had our dinos on there. That was a short-term activation. So it is a really good way to keep the information current.
Yeah, fantastic, thank you. In Tourism Australia's Aussie Specialist program, so this is TA's Retail Travel Agent Training Program. And they've got trainers based in market around the world. But like I said, Tourism Australia have started to work domestically, and your local Australian travel agent is really good at selling the rest of the world, but they're not so good at selling Australia. So they've actually rolled out the Aussie Specialist Training Program to domestic travel agents. It's an online program, and you can upload a training video to the Aussie Specialist site. Now this needs to be less than 4 minutes or something, and they want smartphone and you in your property, at your experience, walking around, very, very low res, I want to say, casual, engaging, explaining what it is that you offer. So you can upload this anytime, and there's a link to that in the toolkit. And connecting with promotional partners, of course, this is something I'm sure you're all doing anyway, working your own channels as hard as you can, websites, newsletters, EDMs, wine clubs. Your partners' channels, once you start to partner up, making sure you're putting your information across all those channels. Make sure you're keeping your wine and tourism bodies updated. Everyone's looking for new news. And like someone said, it may not be a new experience or a new building. We don't always have that, but we've got new packages, new ways of presenting things, new stories. So keep everybody updated with that. And like I said, send good news stories to your local publications. And in the toolkit, there's a link to a webinar, one of the ATEC Road to Recovery webinars on just making sure you're getting the most out of your social media channels. We're not going through Facebook and all of that sort of stuff today. I'm sure you're all doing it really, really well. This is just a handy 40-minute sort of refresher on that. And the other thing that Facebook's just started to do is to offer appointments. So if you're considering putting a package together, you want people to pre-book or at least consider pre-booking, you can set up appointments on Facebook and people can book in at these times. It's just a calendar, it doesn't link to anything, so you have to monitor it. But if you want to give people the idea that they need to book and that they can book and that this is the package price that you're offering, it's free, it's easy, it's relatively new, and I think it's a really handy tool worth playing with. Yeah.
We've tried something on Facebook with the shop and the thing, and it got declined because of alcohol promotion. Just a heads up. So
We have to, anything that has a link, anything that has a photo of alcohol or even in the product with a link to your website, anything that it will automatically
Decline.
Yes.
We couldn't even put a gift certificate on.
What's that, sorry?
We couldn't even put a gift certificate on, so they could buy a gift certificate.
Yeah.
Because it links back to a winery.
Wow. Okay. No, it's great to know. It's 7 ideas has brought that up. That's really good to know. Visit Victoria have a media hub. So this is where they send all of their media inquiries. They've got story ideas. They do a monthly newsletter with new openings and updates and stories and everything that's new and happening. So make sure you're keeping Visit Victoria up to date with what you're doing. And Ultimate Winery Experiences. So Simon mentioned this program. This is Tourism Australia's one of their sort of ultimate range of experiences. So this is really, really high-end, beautiful, supposedly best of experiences that people in international markets can buy. So it's aimed internationally, and like I said, it's about developing that aspirational desire to visit Australia. So these are very, very immersive, beautiful, curated packages that are pre-sellable that Tourism Australia distribute and others distribute overseas. So it's a very limited range. I think it's hard to get new products involved. Carolyn?
And excellent segue, because we just hosted the manager for Ultimate Winery Experiences in the region and took her around. Her mind was blown bring a whole lot of high-value travellers into the region that won't just engage with the wineries that are on that program, they'll engage across the whole region, which would be great.
And to be included, you need to have a saleable package. Yeah.
If it's a seasonal package in terms of, you know, maybe you involve a harvesting day or something like that, which is clearly only certain times of the year, is that a disadvantage for this, is one question. And the second one is the agents, the distribution channel that we talk to, is that also not a great package to go with because it's a seasonal one?
Yeah, I might have some thoughts on this too. I like anything you can offer year round is just simply easier, but offering something seasonal is much more interesting. So my suggestion would be, if you're working with distribution partners, if you can offer a seasonal experience that changes, but the price remains the same, then that makes their life easy, but you get to then refresh the messaging all the time. I don't know about ultimate winery experiences and seasonal. I would have thought so.
Well, we have probably 5, so you can do as many as you like.
Yeah.
And you send right up to a 4-day, I think we've got a 4-day one that takes you up to past Rotherland and that sort of thing. So
Fantastic, yeah.
You can have quite a number of experiences on your site. So
Yeah,
you can have a seasonal one and then have others. Yeah. And obviously seasonal ones are only valid for, you know, the dates that you
Yeah.
That works for ultimate wineries, but probably not through the broader distribution. They're all having it available all year round. But as Tony said, just have different seasons in the same place.
It certainly becomes easier if you're talking about something that if you're just saying one connoisseur. So that it's really having that, you're there for vintage, you're part of it, you're tasting the gourmet, you're in the midst of it, you're testing and so forth. That will go through specific distribution channels where they're going to be talking to people where they go through all of that detail and they know that it's going to be available at a certain time because that is what makes it special. So depending on the level of it, if it's just kind of a standard experience but it's only available for part of the year, that does become complicated with the distribution channels. But if it's at that high-end connoisseur kind of level, then you're going to have people that know what they want and they'll know it will only be available at certain times, so you can play around with that a bit more.
Thanks, Dave. And review sites, of course, these are important. Another reason to be on TripAdvisor, even if you don't want to be on Viator and take bookings that way, it's all about the reviews, about getting your reviews up. And the things that other people say about your business are so much more important than what you say about your own business. So getting up a good suite of 5-star reviews is really important. If you want to, you can contact people after they've visited and ask them to review you. Has anyone had those emails? Does anyone else hate them? They make me so angry that I want to give a 0-star review because I feel like I've been hounded. So I'm not a big fan of doing that, but if you want to, that is an option to you. And for Mills, so you might get Visit Vic or Yarra Ranges Tourism, Wine Vic coming to you with trade or media for Mills. And if they're coming through a wine or tourism body, then it means they've been pre-qualified, if you like, and it's probably worth your while. So people will sell, particularly in tourism, an experience they've done over one they haven't. If they've been to your winery, the one next door might be just, fabulously incredible, but they will always sell yours. So if you do get asked, consider accepting that, doing it at the best price you can. That's up to you. But it's really important to be part of the FMIL program. So in the toolkit, there's contacts at ATEC and a list of all of those beautiful videos that they do. The ATDW link, how to work with online travel agencies. So there's every single one there, Expedia, Get Your Guide, Book Easy, everything, with a link to how to work with them, and if I have it, a contact of who to talk to. How to work with key domestic travel partners like Experience Oz. Now, there's also a list in there of key inbound tour operators. This is of great value, and do not use it flippantly, if you like. If you ring an inbound tour operator and say, I've got this amazing package, and tell them about it, and they say, this is perfect, this is what I want, isn't it commissionable? Is it commissionable? And you say, yep, absolutely, we've got 10% margin built in. And they'll go, yeah, no, No, we need more than that. So before you talk to your inbound tour operators, make sure you talk to maybe your ITB or Di or Tash from Visit Vic, me, Alva, and make sure you're ready for that. Alva's details are there in the toolkit, of course, and the Aussie Specialist Program. And there's the link to that Maximising Your Own Social Media Channel webinar, and some really, really good working with media guides. We're not going through that today because I'm sure you all do it really, really well. And these guides are fantastic. Tourism Australia and Visit Vic both do very straightforward, really, really clear guides on how to make your messaging compelling and interesting and more likely to be picked up by your media partners. And a link to the Visit Victoria Media Hub. Okay, now it's your turn. Alrighty. So what we're going to do is work together to put together a successful package. So join in with 3 or 4 others. You can probably stay within your tables unless there's only 2 there, in which case you might want to clump. Start with the business needs that you want to meet, and then work with those other businesses to put a package together and use your product strengths. And also, don't be confined to just the businesses that are in your little group. If there's no accommodation, you're probably going to need to work with an accommodation provider. So just make it up. It's really not the point. Also, if you want to add in a helicopter ride and you don't know how much your helicopter ride is, it doesn't really matter. Just make it up. It's not the point. So think about what people want, your business needs, your UVPs, put a package together, price it, and think big. Be creative, go nuts, have a bit of fun. There are 2 templates that I emailed it before, but I've got hard copies here. The first one is the pricing template that I went through before for that Yarra Valley package. If you have a computer and it's online, you can use it because, like I said, there's a few automatic formulae in there. And the other one is a quick and dirty sales plan for your package. So in this, you just want to put your package name, your inclusions, your pricing, which markets you're going after, who you're targeting with this, and who your partners are to get out to those audiences, and how you're going to promote it. Pretty straightforward. I'll bring these around in a sec, and then we'll spend about half an hour putting this together. And then I'll get you all to come back in, and I want you to present back to the room about your particular package, why it's amazing, including the costing and how you got to that. Loads of fun. Go nuts. Think big. And if we can come back at 2:45. In the meantime, there'll be afternoon tea at 2:30. Hello.
Can I have some of these templates?
Absolutely. still talking? I know, I do need a bell. Who had a glass? Hang on, this will do. Yeah, this will do. Yeah. Sounds like it's going to break, doesn't it? Okay, everyone, how was that? Interesting? Are you all near enough to finish to be able to present something to the group? Yes, smile and nod, yep. Still going. Last minute. All right, no. Just a flat out no. All right, we'll come to you guys last then. How about that? All right? Fantastic. Okay, so who would like to be the first group to present their package to the world? Who's going to put their hands up? Who, me? You guys? You go? You got to go? All right, yes, fantastic. All right. All right, everyone, just want to keep it down. Okay, so maybe stand up, Hugo, address the crowd, sell it hard. Yeah, that's right.
Let's not guys, we're going to miss out on the opportunity of a lifetime, right? Okay, so we've got a once in a lifetime opportunity for people, but you can rebook, so maybe not. So we're offering a dawn till dusk experience. So it's fir, forest and fine wines, right the way through the Yarra Valley. We're starting off with exclusive access to the Hillsville Sanctuary. So pre-open, you get the place entirely to yourself, and that's up close and personal. Wake up with Australia's native animals, and toast the sunrise with Prosecco and breakfast. Moving from there, we're going to a wine immersion course at Innocent Bystander. There you'll be able to do some food and wine pairing, learn not only why you love things, but why they go so well. Why you love wines, but why they go so well with all the foods that you love as well. We'll also be doing some blending, so you'll be able to make your own wine and take a bottle of that home with you. Now that's enough education for now. Sit down, relax, and enjoy a 2-course lunch with Innocent Bystander. So that's wine and food pairing, but you guys just get to pick your own. Now you've had a big feed and a big lunch, we're going to take you on a mindfulness retreat through the forest. So you're, where am I? So you're going on a mindfulness forest walk with an ecology expert, and you're going to sample some bush food straight from the bush. So learn about the different foods that you can eat while you're out, and which ones to avoid as well. You'll also take some time, Jay, to reflect on mindfulness.
Listen to the noises of the forest and the running water and connect with yourself.
So the forest bathing.
And potentially some forest bathing.
No, not that sort of forest bathing. Oh, that's up to you.
That just comes at a premium. And then to finish off, we're going to head up to the highest planted vineyard in the Yarra Valley, so 700 metres above sea level. And we're doing we're doing seasonal and speciality foods cooked over open flame and watching the sunset over the city. So that's our experience. And that's with Jaden on wines. Cool.
Sounds amazing. And the price?
$10,000.
No, right.
It was about $1,000 per person that we managed to cost that out to, which seems quite cheap now that I've said it all like that.
Well, so what, $1,000 for your own time with the sanctuary? Amazing day for experiences. Amazing. Cool. Really, really good. And some of you will see that and they may not look back, but they'll go, oh, well, I can do, my own private experience in Hillsville Sanctuary, and I can do sunset at Just Molly's Winery. This plants ideas in people's heads, but that's good. It's fantastic. Thank you. Right, who's next? So would you know? You look so nervous, you're going to done the cash. Very, very good. You don't have to. Yeah.
So ours is all about the first. So it's the first of the Yarra Valley and Australia. So Yarra Station being the first winery planted in Victoria, and Tilda Bay being the first craft brewer. So the package starts in Melbourne, so you get helicopter transfers out to Yarra Station. At Yarra Station we do a welcome to country by a local Indigenous person from the community. From there we do a wine experience, so it's all about meet the winemaker. We go through and talk about how wine's made, they'll do barrel samples, they'll get to go to the museum and pull out some museum collection wines. We sit down, we do a big tasting, we go up for lunch to the restaurant where there's a 4-course, small courses, because it's a big dinner to come, degustation with wines that they pull out of the museum. They then check into Chateau Yarra next door, which is one of the first homesteads in the area, so keeping with the first. So they'll freshen up, check in, freshen up, then they have transfers out to Healesville, where they're met at the Tour Bay Winery by the lovely thing. Do you want to take over from here?
Yeah, then we'll do a tour of the brewery, meet the brewers, go through the brewing process, having samples off tank, then go into dinner, a brewer's feast with a crush the keg.
With what, sorry?
Crush the keg, so an entire keg worth of beer, which they can pull off on their own.
So then they're transferred back to their accommodation at Chateau Yarra. They wake up and have breakfast, and then they either have the choice of staying in the valley for the rest of the day with helicopter transfers back out in the afternoon, so they can take another tour. We can put some other bits and pieces together for them, or they might need to get back to Melbourne because they're heading off to Queensland or wherever they're going.
Perfect, sounds amazing.
Sorry. Oh, of course, in their rooms they've left a gift from each of the properties as well. So something to take home. So the price is $2,800 per person.
Right. Including the helicopter transfers, fantastic. Like, great experience. And it's booked, it's done, it's nice. Sounds like a treat. And I love the theme first. Really good. All right. We'll use your last. We'll get you guys over here.
So we're the Oak Ridge and sort of the Yarra Valley Touring Company. We've got IT Mistress and Civil. So we've come up with a 2-day or 2-night kind of concept, which is the Yarra Valley Ultimate Experience. A bit of a tagline, like play, stay, dine. So it includes 2 nights accommodation at the Civil in Ringwood. So the group will stay there on the first night, and then they will get picked up by transfers to the Yarra Valley Touring Company and go into a balloon ride, so early morning balloon ride, and then followed by an igloo high tea brunch with the high tea mistress. Following their brunch, they'll be taken to Oak Ridge, where they'll have a private barrel masterclass with the Oak Ridge chief winemaker, and then they'll move into the restaurant where they'll have a private room set aside for them to have a 4-cup course dinner session with match wines in a hatted restaurant. Following them, transfers back to the Civil, and then they'll have a bit of time for the downtime, and then they'll have a dinner, and then we'll also provide the wines that'll be hosted at Civil. Like we're targeting kind of more the corporate incentive market, or kind of that ultra premium private kind of market, celebratory groups, that type of thing.
Yes, sorry, I didn't ask you about your target market, so thank you. And pricing?
Pricing was, it's a bargain, and it's $2,520 per person for the 2 days.
Fantastic. Yeah. And again, corporate market is really, really interesting. Kicking off something for them. Again, they've got money to spend on this, they have to spend on it, they can spend it midweek. You know, why not? Great. All right. Di, your table?
So we're also doing a 2-night accommodation midweek. We're going for more the romantic couples midweek, but they can get away and just have a more relaxing, intimate experience. Quieter environment away from busy weekends at all weekends. So we've got 2 nights in our romantic tower You get a platter on arrival, so if they come after work, they can stay in and have a nice platter and relax in the evening. We'll have a bottle of sparkling in the fridge for them. And in the morning, we'll pick them up. We'll get a wine tour company to pick them up and take them for a couple of wine tastings, including some lunch, and then an afternoon at either Allen Gardens or Tarawara then.
So there are two packages. One's the art lovers package and one is the nature lovers package.
Yeah. And then they'll come back, because we've spoken about that little dead time between 5 and 7 when cellar doors are shut and restaurants are opening for dinner. So we'll do a little twilight drinks thing with the winemaker down in the winery, do some barrel tastings, and they can just look at the range of wines down there. And then we'll transfer them to dinner, to be decided probably where. It's a bit hard midweek, but open to any recommendations. And then we'll have a bottle of wine for their departure in the morning, left in the room for them.
Nice.
And it will be a bottle of their favourite wine from their tasting the night before, at the twilight tasting.
Yeah.
And hopefully they'll be a bit squiffy so they won't necessarily remember which was their favourite, so it'll be one that Kathy wants to know.
I thought you were going to say, but how did you know? Great. Right, so romantic couples, you're saying, yeah? And costume?
We haven't done that yet.
Very expensive.
Yeah.
We'll do that shortly.
All right. Okay, up with that.
So ours was, we really wanted to showcase local while being able to present a real nice sustainability message that made people feel that they could be pampered while they didn't, it was guilt-free about, while still understanding that there was, significant impacts that were positive in what they were enjoying. So we wanted, there was only some transport included overall throughout the day, but we kick off with a tasting with the lovely family at Ludden's Track Wines. And they would tell all about their gravity flow production methods, as well as some of the other ways that they're making sure that they're sustainable in their production. And you'd have a taste of some of their wines, so you'd be able to see that go through there. We would also have a cheese platter, which is sourced by Yarra Dairy, and how all of their cheeses are ethically sourced in regards to the products that they use to produce those cheeses. Then we'd be taken through Greenstone Vineyard, where you would learn a bit more about the vineyard side and sustainability in their methods of agriculture. And then have a lunch, potentially, but undecided with the free-range, locally, ethically produced chicken next door. Something that is quite close to the earth and not super, still luxury without it being too pretentious or anything like that. Still running through that thread. And we would have the accommodation set up within the vineyard as well. So after your lunch and your lunch, you'd be able to move through the vineyard and you would have learned all about their methods of agriculture. And we'd have tiny houses set up through the vineyard that you could stay at with a beautiful fire already going, and an outdoor bath that we said was mandatory. So you could set them up in private areas of the vineyard to activate those spaces. And then you could wake up in the vineyards and have spent the whole day learning about sustainability while still feeling pampered and ready to go for the day. We were looking for people who wanted to have a wine understanding and have already had an existing knowledge of wine, but then further expand on that. And we're looking to showcase local midweek and provide a little getaway when you have 1 or 2 days off and head out to Yarra.
Fantastic. That's really different, really interesting. Yeah.
Cost it up, we priced it at $650 retail per person. So pretty cheap, easy getaway.
Tiny house in the vineyard and dinner and lunch and breakfast. Fire and that little bath. Oh, amazing. Think of the photos. Not the photos, all the others. Yep. Great. Thank you. Fabulous.
All right. We had a bit of a challenge in that we had 6 wineries represented, spanning 3 different regions. So our package is the Diamond Winery Experience. You'll start off in Melbourne. You'll get a chopper ride out to the Yarra Valley, where you will land at Balgownie and check into your accommodation for the next 2 nights. You'll then get a transfer out to Rob Dolan to do a private tasting with the Master of Wine. Following that, you'll go to Helen and Joey for a picnic and woodland lunch. So lunch set amongst the trees and everything. And then before you head back to your accommodation tonight, you'll have a nice little tasting with the winemaker at Pimpernel, again, private tasting. So you go back to Balgownie for dinner in a private dining room. Then you'll sleep at Balgownie. You'll get up, you'll have breakfast at Balgownie. And then you'll head over to Borderley, where you'll do a tour and wine blending session, followed by a 3-course lunch with matched wine. So it's going to take you the first half of the day. In the afternoon, you've had a big couple of days, so you're going to relax at the spa at Balgownie. You're going to have a massage, get some treatments, and you'll just have a little bit of downtime, and then we're going to leave dinner up to you. So whether you want to head into Yarra Glen, to Hartswood, or to the pub, have something a bit more relaxed, or we can take you out to Levantine Hill. Completely up to you. Then you'll sleep. And then the following morning you'll have breakfast, and then you'll head over to Coldstream Airport, where you will hop on your private plane. It's completely reasonable. People do it. Fly to Bendigo. So you'll fly to Bendigo, check into Balgownie at Bendigo, and then you will have a little day trip up to Heathcote to go and visit Sanguine Winery and maybe a couple of others as well, and it was a private tasting, a winery tour and tasting in the barrel room, and lunch, possibly another winery. If you're going all the way to Heathcote, you might as well visit too. So TBD. And then you'll head back to Balgownie Bendigo for a night of glamping in a safari tent and dinner. And then you'll sleep. And then the following morning you'll get up and you'll have breakfast and then get on your chopper back to Melbourne. I want to do this. Well, and this could be yours at a very reasonable price. A very reasonable price of $15,000 per couple. $7.5 per person. So our target market is celebrities, politicians, and heads of drug cartels.
On your website, because you never know. But people might go, I didn't know I could do that. I didn't know I could get on my ride. I didn't know I could take my pet on a helicopter, or whatever it might be. Trying ideas. Make sure we've got contact.
Next step, which is Dino.
All right. Okay, so I just want to actually talk to one of the members who've got the room today, Jay from 1 Hour Out. So Jay's, I don't know if you all know 1 Hour Out, or you've worked with them before, both a promotional partner, if you like, as in publications, and also a distribution partner because they sell experiences. So I'm basically relying on Jay to reinforce what I said about the importance of having a pre-book or package. But if you could talk a bit about what you do, this is not us selling, speaking anything, this is just somebody here on the ground that you can talk to today about putting a package together, what would work, how to sell it, what their target markets are. You could do something today and get it to market.
Yeah, I just thought I'd pop up and say hi. Naomi. And so we've got a sort of marketplace where you can list your experiences, probably not many that are suitable for drug cartel owners. We've got an inventory system where you can list how many tickets are available and also some off your own site as well. And like I just explained with the other distribution partners, we just take a ticket of each ticket sold. And then with that money we build our own audience up and we write feature articles and shoot videos. And actually one of our main writers and photographers is Mike Emmett. Sending him off all around the state all the time. He's up today. So yeah, a couple of things that have been coming to mind. Because I spend a lot of time thinking about this while you guys are picking fruit. I'm thinking about experiences and what people are after. And I think the days of going up to a table and doing some tastings are, there's always a place for that as well, but I think people really are looking for something different that they haven't seen before. And so I think thinking outside the box is what's really key here. That usually your first idea isn't your best idea. It's something I learned in the advertising world, to maybe brainstorm with the team, get them together and think about, I like to frame it in people, place and product. And do a big list of things, what's unique about your product, the place you're at, the location and the people around you. For example, like one of the experiences we have on our site is from Mitchell Harris over in Ballarat now. John Harris just loves teaching people about wine. And he's a fantastic presenter. So one experience they've got listed with us is a year-long winemaking course or class, and certainly not to become a winemaker, it's definitely for the novice. But as a group, you go along the first session and you taste different wines that have been picked from different parts of every region of fruit that he's got access to. As a group, you decide what style you're going to make. And you come back a couple of months later and it takes you up to one of the vineyards and you get to meet the property manager there and you walk through and each couple of months you come up and you do pressings and even towards the end you design a label together as a group, and all the way through John's, you've got a little private WhatsApp group and he's sending little videos of what he's adding and weird things he's doing to the wine in the winery, and you discuss and vote on things as well. It's like very immersive, and the outcome is that you all leave with a case and a bit of a group party at the end of the year. Something like that. For John, actually doesn't make any money, as he told me in private. It's more about connecting his brand with people in a deeply immersive wine, and him knowing that out in the world now is this group of 12 people that understand his wine like no others, and that they'll not be at a dinner and they'll pull out a wine they actually made with John. I think it's pretty powerful. So, you don't want to be losing money, but I don't always think about that. Just think beyond that. How else could this experience matter to you as a business?
So Joe's a great resource, as is Alva, in knowing hands-on what makes a killer package, what can sell, what will sell. So if you're looking at trialling something, there's partners right here that you can work with. You can also promote as well. So it's good to know that there's somebody in our business who's really hands-on. So it doesn't have to be too far away, it doesn't have to be too hard. There's people right here, right now, who can help you try some new stuff, put these amazing packages into practice and build something extraordinary. Okay, that's it for today. Well done, everyone. Great day. It's been really, really cool. I hope you found it worthwhile. So I will email you through the toolkit and today's presentation in the next few days. And the toolkit has links to everything. If you want to dive more deeply into anything that we've covered, it's all in there. I'll also email you the presentation and a list of figures for today. There's also links to a couple of other industry guidebooks. So if you don't like the way I've put things, you can see how somebody else has talked about stuff. There's a great one by Visit Victoria about working with Visit Vic. It's a fantastic guide, beautiful, easy to read, really handy to have. And again, the links in the toolkit. There's another guide on how to work the export market, or inbound tourism, if you like, done by ATEC. And Tourism Australia have some great resources. They've got a monthly working with TA domestically newsletter. And just to keep an eye on what's happening in the industry, really interesting. It's not a list around. They also have a guide for getting to international visitors when the time comes. And also in the toolkit is a glossary. of jargon that I've tried not to use today. So, thank you everyone for being here today. It's been great to have you. I hope I've sparked some ideas and some thoughts on how you can create some packages that can get you in front of your target audiences. On your desks, feedback forms, feel free to fill those out. Your feedback's really important, especially if there's anything you think should have been included, whatever project. If you want additional sessions, if you need help, there's a lot of people who can help you. I can help you. You'll have my contact details when I email this out to you after the workshop. Feel free to get in touch. And there are partners in market like Jay and Alva, if you work in the touring group, who can help you. And of course, your regional tourism board, Di and Tash, Visit Victoria, are also around to help. Yes, Rachel.
The playbook that Angie was speaking about earlier today, how does it get more than one of those?
That's in the resources that I send out to you. So there's a copy in the Prezzo that you can see, but in the toolkit there's a link to all of the Yarra Valley resources.
Maybe if I can add.
Oh, Carolyn. I also want to say thank you so much to Caroline and Wine Yarra Valley for this incredible venue, amazing event. It's been great to have you all here, great range of products, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so from Wine Yarra Valley, we can also help with information regarding tourism and the industry and getting engaged and involved. We will be sharing the playbook with all of our members and everybody, all of our industry partners in the region via email, as well as you're getting an email from Tanya. You're going to see it 1,000 ways, is what I'm trying to say. We're also, we've launched the new consumer-facing website for our wine members. We're going to have a members-only website, words are really not good for me today, website, which will have all of those assets on it as well, so you can access them and use them at any time. And we've got our regular events that we've already run with Fireside and Rosé Evolution to bring people into the region. We'll continue with the social media campaign. We've got an exciting new event that we're planning to do next May. So we're really focused on delivering events in the region that brings people attention to come here for those events or at other times of the year as well. So I hope to talk to all of you about linking in. One more thing is we got a little tiny bit of funding for COVID relief type stuff. And what that means is with the new website, we will have got in contact with a lot of you and your businesses about being listed on our website. Because of that funding, it's free at the moment. So if you got an email and haven't filled it in and come back to us yet, please do. And if you haven't and you'd like to be listed on the website, please get in touch with us. And we would like to send you, it's a really simple form to fill in, a couple of pictures and you're up there. We've got eat, stay, play, tour, all the things that you can do here. So and I would now like to say a huge thank you to Tanya for a really amazing and engaging day, interactive, and hopefully, I always think that you want to come away with this with something tangible that you're going to be able to take back into your business, and I think, and I hope you'll agree that we've achieved that today. And thank you also to Di and Tash from Visit Victoria for coming along and helping us, and Alva for being here with her amazing knowledge about tourism. Thanks, everyone.
I'd also like to thank Ben and Mike at the back there. They've been amazing. So yesterday I had a workshop like this. Last night they cleared out and reset the movies and then pushed all the seats back in and reset for today. So they've been working really hard and it's all been perfect. I've really, really enjoyed having my own movie screen. My standards have changed. So thank you again, everyone. Feedback forms.